Sports Hit List live right here, man. We are live. It is draft night. Okay, the night that we have all been waiting for, man. You know what I'm saying? Your team, are they ready to start a new era right here? We got Chicago Bears up with the first pick. But before we get into all that, let me introduce my co-hosts around here. We got Paul out here. Paul, good to see you back on the screen, man. I feel like you've been ducking and dodging me like you owe me rent or something out here. What's up, man?
Man,
Where you been at, man?
it's been a long journey since the Super Bowl, bro. After having that experience, I gotta be accessible for elite level experiences.
I
And
forgot
draft night
about
is
that.
elite, my boy.
I
So
forgot
Chiefs
about that.
Kingdom, we in the hizzy. You heard me?
we
Three-peat on the
also got my
way.
man. We also got my man Rick on the ones and twos. What's going on, sir? You ready for
Hey man,
draft
I'm
night?
chilling. Yeah, you already know, man. I'm chilling. I'm repping the squad. Ready to see what we do out here. Start the new year. Happy New Year. Like officially, I know the new year started already, but officially with the
This
draft
this this
now.
this the NFL right here. This
Yeah,
the this we free agency kind of start that new year, but here we are with the draft. You know what I mean? This is when kind of we're tailoring towards the end of the off season. You know what I mean? Like once we get through the draft, you might have some minor free agent. You know what I mean? Pickups, but after this weekend, what your team is probably going to look like going in at least camp is what's going to look like right now. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So I mean, my team. Listen, we ain't got no first round pick, so I ain't got nothing for y'all tonight. You know what I mean? I'm
Not
just here as a
yet.
spectator.
Not yet.
That's true. Yeah,
Right,
you
right.
don't
We
know what
might.
happens.
We never know. We never know. But let's speak into that, man. Who do we think so far right now? We know Chicago has that number one pick, right? We already know it's gonna be Caleb Williams. There's no surprise. I keep it honestly. I know it's a whole TV show that the NFL got going on, but just announce it and let's get this over with. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Because we
start at
know
two.
that, right. It may not even start at two, but let's say it does. Number two, who we think going for number two right now? I mean, the Commanders up here. We all know they got to get a quarterback, right?
Absolutely.
That Jalen Daniels train is moving apparently.
It's
So
faster than the
Definitely,
bright
definitely.
line these days, right? Like the truth is, I'll say this, right? I'm always excited to see the Urban brothers making it, especially at the QB position. Ain't a lot, and they're doing big things. Pre-Magic regime, I think they was going Drake May all the way. But because you got the Magic train attached to it, their history, it's good to have that level of diversity. Not to mention, Daniels is literally a five-star threat. Shows he can throw the ball at all three levels of the football field, can extend the play, has the ability to play in the pocket. And truthfully, like Penix, is one of the bigger veterans. I seen a stat that said this dude threw touchdowns to Brandon Ayuk in college. Ayuk's been a damn all pro working on his next deal. We're gonna get to Ayuk in a
We
little bit. All right.
we
But
forget about his Arizona days. We forget about that's
Arizona
where he
State,
started
like
at.
the dude been around, bro.
Right.
All
yeah.
right. So yeah, I think Daniels at two is solid.
I think the other thing too is that we've seen as recently as last season with Indianapolis that these organizations are kind of back into an area where they feel okay, like kind of taking the chance and going after like maybe the long potential guy, the guy that whose ceiling is crazy, knowing that hey, maybe it might be rocky the first year or two, before we start really seeing some amazing progress. But having Richardson go off the board as early as he did last year to Indy is
Shocking.
showing that these organizations are back in that mindset of who who's got the most tools, right? At the end of the day, like we went to a point where it was like that win now type thing where it's like who can help me immediately. So now maybe we're getting back to a point where it's like who has the most tools, who has the best arsenal to work with that we could fine tune here, fine tune there, and put them in a position to be able to build something around him and for us to have success. So hopefully we'll continue to see that trend, and then a lot more of these guys can get opportunities to be able to go out there and do their thing and be starting quarterbacks for a franchise.
You know, I know in the sports world we got Shefty, But from the next few days, call me Hefty, baby. All right, Lord Hefty, you in the move? I'm trying to get back into it. Cut the pound. We gonna call me Hefty while they got Shefty. And just then, AJ Brown's extension is 3 years, 96 million, 84 guaranteed. 3 years,
That's hefty.
96 million, 84 guaranteed. Now I want to remind you, this is the guy that's rumored to be the team cancer and the locker room divider when they went on that rough patch after the Jets collapsed like week 11. We seen him in the playoffs complaining to his best friend, crying, cursing him out on the sidelines. Jeffrey Lurie found a way to drop the bag, as the young kids would say, on that receiving core.
I mean, do we really believe that? I don't believe he was necessarily a cancer in the locker room, guys. I mean, we all know how diva wide receivers can be. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Speaking of diva wide receivers, we seen Stephon Diggs move his way out of Buffalo. We'll touch on that in a little bit. But diva wide receivers, we all know how they get down. They think the path to winning is through them. They want the damn ball. You know what I mean? They want the ball every play. They open every play. Well, you know they not. We know they not open every play, but they think they open every play. You know what I mean? So I can't be mad at it. What I want to know is at what point we gonna start looking at Philly's books out here, man? Because look at the money they done dulled out this all season. They locked up both their wide receivers. They locked up their left tackle. You know what I mean? They went out here. They got the pass rusher from the Jets. They shipped out Hassan Reddick, you know what I mean? Which, you know what I mean? He was a very productive player. He was low key one of the most productive pass rushers over the past few years. So, what do we think about Philly's offseason so far, guys? I mean, is this a team that we think can bounce back from what we got to consider a Super Bowl hangover? We got to call it that. That's what we got to call last season. We can't forget about Saquon Barkley. They brought in Saquon Barkley.
I'll say this. I, on one hand, right, on my lefty hefty hand, I love that you have an organization that continues to make sure that they got the right offensive assets in place to go with Jalen Hurts. Which at one point last year we started saying, at least I was one of them that said, Hurts ain't have a great sophomore season post MVP. Maybe he was a little overhyped. Now he didn't look healthy, so we'll give him that asterisk, right? But my bigger concern in Philly is they couldn't stop anybody last year down the stretch. Once we got to round two of those divisional matchups and they started playing some better opponents, defensively they were very challenged. So to let go of a guy like Hassan Reddick, to not bring any defensive backs in there because they were getting cooked at the cornerback position. They let go of. They don't even have Gardner Johnson. Did Gardner Johnson return?
He came.
Am
He
I
came
tripping with
back.
that?
He came
from
back.
That's
They got him
solid.
back in free
I
agency.
like that one. That was solid. But in the NFL, you need guys that can cover. You need to be able to line up inside, outside, on both sides, and actually defend. And I'm not sure they got that. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned.
I mean, but we are at draft night. This is where you can fill some of those holes. I mean, how many other holes do they have in terms of on that roster? They shipped out both coordinators on both sides. You know what I mean? Rick, they got your man Vic Fangio. They brought him back up from Miami. You know what I mean? So what do you think
Man,
about
don't
that?
even get my son Rick started on Vic. Victon did the Dolphins dirty.
Facts.
Listen. Vic said, "I'm up out of here. Y'all got a lot of injuries on there coming next year." He said, "This ain't the fit for me. I'm going up to Philly."
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We'll, obviously we'll talk about the Dolphins and their deficiencies eventually. But yeah, the whole thing with Vic Fangio, it's like we could tell. We talked about it throughout the year. A lot of times, I found myself making excuses and talk about how, it's just that, it takes some time for the system to click and everything, and then come to find out he just wasn't even necessarily, whatever you believe, maybe not even necessarily putting the right system in place to begin with, and not necessarily putting the guys in place to do what they can do best. We talked about who got the best tools and who's got the best talents that you can use. So that's for them to know in the locker room if those talents were being used correctly or not. It didn't look like it on the field for sure. So
Yeah.
it's easy to kind of lean towards that way. But as far as the Eagles, like like P mentioned, bro, like the DBs, they definitely needed help there. They didn't really do much. You know, are they gonna restructure the interior line a bit now? What does that end up looking like? You know, we know the offensive weapons are what they are. They're rock solid there. Plus, they added Saquon. I think that should definitely be a huge boost for them because, you know, last year we saw there was a bit of a drop off in the running game. And, you know, being able to bring that type of talent in and hopefully get that level of play that they saw 2 years ago that they were able to ride all the way through the NFC playoffs. That could be that missing, you know, link that they didn't have last year, that they're able to get that offense right, you know. So, but at the end of the day, it's really going to come down to who's on the back end of that defense, you know, guarding the end zone. Because if you could score 45, but if you give up 50, you lose. So
That team, they
Yeah.
lost a lot of leadership in terms of Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox's retirement. But we got to remember they've been kind of preparing for this for the past few years. They've been drafting well, especially on that interior with the trenches. A lot of kids from Georgia and Alabama. You know what I mean? They drafted what they believe could be Jason Kelsey's replacement a few years ago. I can't remember the kid's name. I think he's been playing left guard for them, so they might shift him over. We'll see what happens there in the draft. So I think we can all agree that DB is where they need to put some attention to. If you're given Philly's history, I think they'll probably go somewhere on that in the trenches. They like to be built in the trenches. You know what I mean? Maybe another offensive lineman. You know what I mean? If they go DB later in the draft, you know what I mean? Cardinal Hayes own Elijah Jones, you know what I mean, from Boston College. What's up? Talk to him. You know what I mean? Go get him. You know what I mean? Go get the New York kid. You know what I mean? He know what he doing out there. Um, what team do we think has a lot of work to do in this draft? You know, based on their offseason so far, that you know, it may not have been exactly what they haven't filled the holes that we think they need. So come this draft, they got a lot of work to do. They got to get a lot of players that to help them. What team do we think that is?
we gonna start with the obvious.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go with.
go ahead, Rick. Go ahead,
You
Rick.
know
Take
what,
that.
Rick? You
Take,
can
take
lead
the
this
obvious.
one off.
I mean, we got to start off with Jera. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, has anybody confirmed if Jerry Jones is awake and aware that the draft is today, so he could participate? Like, we need to make sure that he understands like there's a major event today that gives him an opportunity to improve his team because he missed the last one. So
You
Yo,
got to remember, and the
did you
Cowboys,
hear what he said yesterday?
according to
Yo?
Jerry, they all in.
yo, that
Peyton.
24th best or whatever quote, is that what you're talking about, Pete?
Yo, my man said, I mean, we're picking 24, so we're obviously you know, we're the 24th best team. Kid's
And he
crazy,
and he
bro.
doubled down and said, I
Doubled
mean,
down,
that's
spun
what
the
that
block
means.
and
That's how
everything,
it
bro.
works. Like,
That's
no,
how.
no,
But
Jerry,
we
that's
all
not
know how
it
the
works.
Cowboys are. They like this. They love the spectacle, man. They just
Yeah.
want the lights on them. They don't care. They about the flash. They not about the substance. You know what I mean? Shout out to Ray in the comments. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm sorry, your team is not about. They not about the substance. They not
Oh, he
about
taking
winning.
shots on air.
I mean, listen,
Charlemagne the God right here.
you know what I
Taking
mean?
shots.
Listen, the Cowboys, they're okay as long as we talking about them. You know what I mean? We talking about them. They don't. Jerry don't really care if they win another Super Bowl, man. He just want us talking about them, man. You know what I mean? That's what it is. But Paul, what do you think they need? Do you have another team that you think needs
Listen.
a lot of work to get done in this draft, or you want to touch more on the Cowboys?
Ironically enough, man, like I don't want to touch on the Cowboys. I do think I generally am a firm believer that the Cowboys. I'm unsure of why they didn't pull the trigger. Derrick Henry got acquired for
Didn't
the
even
low.
call him. Calling to Derrick Henry.
Like
Didn't even call him.
that's shocking to me. Like they didn't entertain anything on the defensive side of the football. Like we don't know how Diggs is gonna look post ACL surgery. They had holes defensively. Like they lost Van Der Esch. Like I just think they did a lot of nothing. And even on the offensive line, which wasn't as shafty, like you talking about one of historically the best running attacks in football, at least from a skill set perspective, that has a room now that has Rico Dowdle, or however he says his name, Deuce Vaughn, who's about the size of my daughter, and Royce Freeman, who's kind of bounced around all over the place and hasn't really ever panned out to that. I mean, it's the same guy that was walked away from the Rams while they were hot, right? Like, so that to me is troubling, which I think in turn will force them to do something that, like, draft a running back way sooner than that they need to on a day like today. But I will say, confidently speaking, they have the ability, given the history, to draft well at the position. And we got a Zeke reunion potentially, who was in Dallas for 8 hours in a meeting yesterday. Not sure what somebody who spent their entire career in the city needs to do for 8 hours in a meeting, other than play around.
What's
Like, I don't know what you could do all day,
what's
but
there to talk about, Jerry? You want me back or not? What's there to talk about?
believe it or not,
Bro
they
just
need
wanted to
Zeke
be
the
wide
pass
and die,
protector.
man.
That's where they got
it's,
cooked.
it's like a relationship, you know what I mean? You two fellas, y'all married, you know what I mean? At a certain point, what's there to talk about? You either gonna put a ring on it or not. Like, Jerry,
Well, I thought you was about to go out on a different path.
no.
For sure, too.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Rick?
was
Like,
sitting there like,
I ain't really
where
trying
are
to
you
put in all
dragging
that
us, yo?
extra texture. You know what I'm saying? Pull up on me. I didn't know where he was
man.
going. As the host, I didn't know where he was rolling this time.
Listen, Carl. Hey, shout out to Carl. You know what I mean? You don't let me be a host. You don't know where we going today. You know what I mean? Who knows? You know what I mean? Looks like the draft is starting out here. Looks like Detroit's bringing out a bunch of Detroit players, Detroit Lions. Shout out to Detroit. I heard they got Megatron out there. Okay, I see you.
They
I heard
pandering with Eminem.
right. It's looking like they got 150,000 people out there. Shout out to Detroit, man. You know what I
talk
mean?
about
Getting the
you
draft.
talk about a city
Okay, Barry.
that's excited for the draft, right? Detroit.
Right.
Look at that crowd, bro.
Yeah.
I
Sea
mean,
of
think
blue
about
out there.
Speaking of Detroit, coming off the season that they had, man, I mean, they have a lot to be excited about. They're another team in the past couple of days. They done shelled out some money, man. They signed up Panay Sewell, their all-pro right tackle, to a long-term deal. They also
that.
re-signed Sunga, you know what I mean? Gave him a nice long-term deal, well-deserved, because he wasn't a high draft pick, so, that big payday, he needed that, man. What do you guys think about those two signings right there?
I mean, how could you? You talk about a team. Sorry, my wife is buying more lighting fixtures. I mean, go figure, right? On draft night, I'm being shown lighting fixtures in the middle of my thoughts.
Listen, Paul. Let me just tell you, from what I see from the video, it looked bright enough in there already. You know what I mean?
Bruh, I mean, how you slide in like what kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, nah, she was like, all right,
Try
he ain't
to-
gonna be paying attention.
Can't
Let me
say
just
no to
get a-
this one.
Get a quick
Right. She figures you about to give it a just yeah.
Listen, I'm excited about the Lions. You talk about, with the exception of
passes, yo.
Cam Sutton pulling and made my man OJ the Juice rest in peace, but for Cam Sutton to be out there on the run with the cops chasing him like he was driving the Bronco, that's
Crazy.
the only position that needs to be replaced in Detroit.
R.I.P. to OJ.
Right? Shout out to my boy, the Juice, right? Like
Oh,
Uncle O, right? The fact that he was on Cam's show is just crazy to me. Like,
yeah.
as a routine regular was wild, right? But no, like the cornerback position. Otherwise, I actually predict them doing business with the Chiefs today. There's a heavy speculation that the Kansas City Chiefs not only wants to draft a tackle, but they want to get on the quality wide receiver sweepstakes. As you know, we have the unknown about Rashid Rice. There's speculation that it could be 4 games, it could be 6 games, it could be 8 to 10 games. We don't really know, right? Like, fortunately, no one died, right? There was no drugs. So I'm guessing that's going to be on the lower end of the spectrum. But you're looking at a team that brought in Hollywood Brown and would love to be able to groom and develop in real time a quality wide receiver. And it makes sense. Detroit could literally move out, extend that draft capital with later picks. They got everything they need in Detroit, man. Everything they need.
Yeah, I mean, ain't much. There's really not much else I can add to that. Like you mentioned, the DBs would be the one place you could look at. I mean, they brought in additional. Like, this is a team who is just ridiculous on the edges already, and they were able
It's
to bring in
crazy.
a couple of additional bodies there for the rotation. Like you said, the roster's stacked. They're starting to pay their guys and make sure these dudes are there and happy and set up for what their franchise looks like long term. You know, from a cap perspective. I mean, they're in a really good place that if they can make a couple of moves and potentially gain some really quality value for picks or whatnot, whatever it may be, that they could immediately, just improve it even better than what they were. And last year was ridiculous when you think about it. So to
Crazy.
imagine that they could be in a position to add a couple of pieces and potentially see another leap, what does that look like in the NFC? So they're in a really, really good place right now, man. That team, they've done well for themselves over the past 2 to 3 years now.
And as you think hypothetically, right? We might very well be looking at a scenario that includes the first four picks being quarterbacks, right? Like, and the level of desperation will set in and set in very quickly if a guy like McCarthy goes to the Giants, if a guy like, if the Chargers, I mean, we've been hearing the unthinkable of Herbert possibly getting dealt today, right? We've heard, like, I can't even imagine it as much as a golden ticket that could be. Well, listen, Herbert adjusting to a pro style system for the first time since Pop Warner football might be a challenge, right? Like him and Harbor are not a fit schematically, right? Herbert wants to sit in the shotgun, spread, play 9 yards off the football. Harbor wants to get under the center in a mobile quarterback. Now we know Herbert has the ability to be mobile, but he doesn't want to play the game of a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
mean, as I think here as a wheeler and dealer in real life, if I'm Minnesota, Herbert for Jefferson, number 11, third right, like I could see a deal that could jumpstart them. They already got a Justin Jefferson somewhat replacement in Addison anyway, right? That's what they're missing in Minnesota. I could see it, bro. I could see Herbert on the fly.
well, I mean, maybe some Jim Harbaugh is exactly what Justin Herbert needs.
We
But since
we
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 talk,
assume we assume he's what he needs.
yeah, I think he is. But since we talking about these quarterbacks, and while we wait for the Bears, who look like they're gonna take every bit of this 10 minutes, which I think is
I
wild,
mean,
corny. Y'all been on
shout
the
out to the
clock for
WNBA, but the Indiana Fever did something similar. Like, bro, we know you going Caitlin Clark.
Right.
right,
Like,
like
We
I
y'all.
we
mean,
don't need the suspense.
Like we ain't nobody, y'all not about to trade it for nobody. You know what I mean? Y'all not waiting for. Sometimes when teams do this, they might be waiting for a call for a potential trade. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody about to come offer y'all package. We know they know y'all taking Caleb. It is what it is. But since we talking about quarterbacks and what could potentially be, I mean, at minimum, I think the first three picks, maybe first four picks, could be quarterbacks. Could we talk about the desperation of the quarterback situation in the NFL? Because what did we see from the quarterbacks from what was that draft class 2-3 years ago? The Trevor Lawrence draft class. Everybody but T Law, all those quarterbacks who were drafted in the first round are on new teams. Some of them are backing up Trevor Lawrence. You know what I mean? If you talking about Mac
That whole
Jones,
class.
exactly.
Shout out to
Like
Mike Miller, shaky baby.
everybody on the move. So, I mean, our team, we all know this is a quarterback driven league. It's the most important position in sports. Are these teams going to, at what point do we stop pushing up these quarterbacks who may not necessarily be ready because we're so desperate for a quarterback? You know what I mean? When do we stop doing that?
So I think it kind of
Rick.
leads to it kind of leads to what I was saying before, right? The point I was mentioning about Daniels is I don't think it's the fact that they get pushed up. We know quarterback is the position that drives the franchise, right? There's no hiding that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you happen to be stellar everywhere else, and your quarterback is maybe not amazing, but is almost amazing, maybe then you could get past. But even then, it's tough, as we've seen, right? So you've got to have the QB in place. So chasing the QB is never going to go away. I don't think drafting these guys is the problem. It's drafting these guys knowing they're not ready and 3, 4, 5 weeks into the season, you're saying, "Here you go, you're the man. Go save our franchise."
The
So if
development.
we are able to get to a point where these kids can actually be developed and actually, whether it's, hey, go out there, take your lumps and learn on the fly, or we're gonna have somebody else in place until you're ready. Either way, the biggest thing also is the coaching staff has to remain consistent, because if you're gonna have that plan and you're gonna say it's gonna take this kid 2 to 3 years to really be what we expect him to be, based off of where we're drafting him, you have to make sure that the system is going to be in place and consistent that entire time too. So that's a whole nother aspect where the two sides don't seem to match up in today's NFL. And for it to work, those two sides have to match up. Like, because if the kid is getting a new coordinator every year of the first 3 years of his career, it's not his fault if come year 4 he hasn't made much progress. Well, he's still trying to learn a new offense.
Right.
Yeah,
So
Paul,
that's the
let me
biggest
Paul, let me
thing.
ask you to Rick's point. Paul, does the NFL have a QB development problem? Like, is that what the issue is? Are we seeing these quarterbacks not being
Well,
properly developed once
I
they get
think
to the
I
NFL?
think the issue is yes. I mean, yeah, but there's layers to it. So my first answer to that question is yes. There's a talent development problem in general, and with the exception of maybe 3 or 4 scenarios, right? Obviously, Mahomes with Andy Reid. That's no shocker there. Look what he did with McNabb. Look what he did with um, what's this dude's name? Alex Smith, and then we've got to charge it up to that just being the best match made in heaven, right? Mahomes with the Chiefs, right? Like we can't even count that, right? Like that's so unicorn,
Right.
if that's even a term.
That's what you
Can't
call a
even use
perfect
it.
storm situation,
Yeah,
a perfect marriage.
but outside
I
of
hate to
Josh
cut you off,
Allen,
Paul. We got the first pick in, you know what I mean?
oh
Obviously,
Caleb,
what we
about
do,
time.
Caleb Williams. We all knew it
Shocker.
was happening. You know what I mean? My man, he was so ready. He ain't even go get a fresh cut for
Not
for
even
the
gonna get a
draft. You know what I
haircut for the draft. You gonna go out
mean?
there for the number one pick in the draft. You're not even gonna get a shape up, bro.
That's
Yeah,
crazy. That's
but
How you
not
get
for
crazy.
fitted
nothing.
for a suit but don't get a
I think
haircut?
that's his look, though.
That's
That's
his look.
crazy.
I honestly think that's his look. I don't think
That's gonna be his
we're
look in
gonna see
Madden.
shape up.
Right.
That's gonna be
but
his look in
uh
Madden.
but let's talk about this. Let's talk about
Yeah, just think
what
about
Caleb Williams. Let's talk about what Caleb is walking into this Bears situation. You know what I mean?
best
They
situation money could buy.
they shipped out Justin Fields. The situation wasn't working. They've now, they added Keenan Allen in the offseason, who's a great, reliable chain of possession, chain moving kind of wide receiver. You got DJ Moore, who they got from in the trade with my Panthers last year. And then we missed DJ Moore, man. Shout out to you,
miss
big
him.
dog. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's
Uh,
funny you like DJ Moore because I remember you on the Sunday show talking. Yeah, you remember that?
Right.
Yeah,
I keep it
I'm
100. That first 2 years, I was a little shaky. I was like Steve Smith out here. You got to show it to me, all right? You know what I mean? But and then they also picked up what's the running back from Philly via Detroit? I can't remember his name off the
Swift.
top of my head.
Swift,
Smith,
yeah.
Swift, yeah, Swift. They picked him up. They got Cole Kmet at the tight end position. Is Caleb Williams walking into a good situation here with Chicago?
I'm gonna say this from a talent around him perspective. There has never been a scenario that I could recall in my 35 years of life that a quarterback is walking into a situation this good. It's never happened before. All right? Like this is almost as good as a situation as when the Cowboys lost Romo for the season, was the best team in the NFC, and get Zeke at 4, right? Like this is that good of a scenario. You're talking about arguably one of the best route runners and number one receivers in Keenan Allen we've seen in the last 10 years. You're talking about DJ Moore, who has been dominant as a smaller X receiver, has been playing out of position with tier 2 and 3 quarterbacks playing at a very high level. You go get Swift. Those other cats they had in the backfield last year came on strong. Komet looked really good. Offensive line's intact. They had one of the best corners in the game. The only question mark I honestly have for the Bears is that Matt Eberflus coach in his offense. That's the only question I got. I don't know who's calling the plays. I don't know who's going to be the guy with the headset communicating with Caleb, but he has the full green light. He's the starter today. We know he is officially the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears with, I might add, a $5 billion stadium on the way.
On deck, right?
Listen, I think the situation there is, in terms of like you mentioned, in terms of the coaching, I think they need to have a kind of separate, like, hey, Eberflus, take care of the defense because you do a good job with that. You know what I mean? And let whoever the OC is, let him handle the offense and Caleb's development. Um, I mean, you mentioned some of the weapons that this team is at. Rick, they still got the number 9. Is it the number 9 pick? What do you think they do there? I mean, you still got the
Crazy,
number. You just drafted your franchise quarterback, and now you have another number 9 pick that you can bring in another weapon to protect him. You know, a weapon for him to throw to. We've seen them that they've kind of rebuilt this defense through free agency and some trades. So where do you think they go with that number 9 pick, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, I think you look across the offense. I think we're seeing the copycat league come to play where we've seen what the Eagles were able to do 2 years ago. Well, let's not start with the Eagles. We've seen what the Chiefs have been able to do even back with the back in the Tariq Hill days. We've seen what the Eagles were able to do 2 years ago. We've seen what the Dolphins did for half the season last year. I think a team like that in the situation they're in, the best bet is to go for the best available offensive weapon on the board, in my opinion, at that spot, right? Because, like you mentioned, the defense is pretty well set up. I feel like they're definitely top heavy up front. So if you wanted to draft somebody that you think could come in immediately and be an upgrade on the back end, I could get behind that. But at 9, is that necessarily a possibility? Who knows? So there's gonna be some very good quality receivers hanging around, especially if we see a situation where 4 or 5 QBs go in that top 10. At 9, there could be a guy there that, in regular drafts might be at 2 or 3, just sitting there. And again, if at that point it's get the best guy available, why
Yeah.
not add another weapon to bolster, the franchise QB you just drafted? It makes sense to me.
So
Well,
while Washington, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
and QB desperation. At 9, there's a guy that's trying to jump 11, right? If Minnesota can't move from 11, then someone's trying to deal to get 9. The level of desperation, whether we see it as risk quarterbacks flying off the board, and there's the team that needs a left tackle, or someone trying to get rich with this receiver-rich draft, we know there's no price that's too high for a quality wide receiver in the National Football League. But, Travis, before you move on, could I just say, as a sports fan, this might be some of the greatest moments we've ever seen. You've got you've got the Knicks lit again, right?
What's the score?
It's
Quick
38-36
break.
Philly,
We got
right?
Knicks.
It's 38-36 Philly right now, but it's spicy. Couple flagrants, couple techs. It's active, right?
We
90s
all
Knicks.
love a good we love a good New
Right.
York Philly rivalry. You know what I mean?
We
I'm
got
like
the
right here in the
Rangers.
middle.
We'll take the
We got the
spice.
Rangers. Shout out to New York. We got the Rangers lit. The Islanders are lit. I'm a Floridian, so we got the Panthers battling out with the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's spicy right now. They just had 3 fights in the first intermission. You got Caleb Williams going 1. It's just a
Listen,
lot happening.
hold
Lakers,
on, man.
Nuggets.
You can
Lakers,
It
Nuggets.
You
it
can't
looks
leave
like
Florida
hold
that
on. Looks
fast.
like the
Orlando Magic cooking tonight. We back.
Magic
baby.
up
oh
20 in
Magic
the
cooking
third.
tonight.
Magic cooking tonight. We
All
up
right
Rick
now,
after.
but
Listen, she won a lighting fixture. I want to go to game 4 on Saturday. We might be able to work something
it sounds like a
out.
healthy
We
compromise
up
to
there,
me.
right?
Ain't that what it's
You know
about?
what
It
I'm
sounds like a healthy
saying?
compromise to me, right
Listen,
there.
there's no bad seat at the Kia Center. I'll sit in the nosebleeds if I have to. All right.
I'm here for it.
It's just a
Okay,
beautiful
okay.
time right now.
Back
There
to
you
the
go,
draft real
Jalen
quick though.
Daniels.
The pick is in Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels, LSU quarterback. Shout out to the LSU Tigers. You know what I mean? Heisman Trophy, coming off a Heisman Trophy winning season. He's heading to the DMV, guys. You know, this is Washington's new quarterback. A new era in Washington has obviously started between not just from coaching staff, but from ownership. You know, throughout the whole organization. Jaden Daniels seems to be walking into a good situation in terms of offensive weapons. You know what I mean? What do we think about this pick for Washington, Paul?
We talked about it earlier. Like, as assuming assuming Dan Quinn's got it figured out offensively, which we know he has the potential, at least in the regular season, to figure it out defensively. They should be all right, bro. They still got Scary Terry. The other receivers they had, the Dotson was really
Jahan
good last
Dotson.
year.
Shout out to
like,
Dotson. He's a Lehigh
fantasy
Valley
guy.
product. I'm out here in the Lehigh Valley area.
in the
PA.
Lehigh Valley area.
He's a Lehigh Valley product. You know what I
ain't
mean?
nobody
Shout
ever
out to
cared
him.
about
You know what I
nothing in
mean?
Lehigh other than CJ McCullum.
My
Stop
my
playing
people
around.
my people apparently know his people. You know what I mean? Shout out to the kid. You know what I mean?
So I
Um,
like it. I do. I really like it. I think it's a step forward if you're the Commanders in the right or the football. I don't know what they name go. I mean, they didn't change names more than Bruce Bruce Jenner. They didn't change names more than Bruce. All right, I don't know what they go by these days, but DC, right? Washington, I like it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I like it too.
and speaking
Like,
of the coaching staff, I believe Cliff Kingsbury's the OC, you know what I mean, which hopefully might be a good look for him.
I like
Rick, what do
that.
you think about that? What do you think about, do you think he has the right offensive talent around him? Do you think Cliff Kingsbury is going to be able to get everything we need, that Washington needs out of him, to make him, their franchise quarterback?
I mean, the skill set dictates. Obviously, the skill set matches what we've known Cliff Kingsbury to do offensively, right? So if we're looking at it at face value, just on paper, it makes sense. So we talked about, Scary Terry's still there. I happen to really, really, really like Jahan Dotson, man. I think he's gonna be an absolute beast once he has the consistency at the position, at the QB position. We've seen him spark with any guy they threw in there. You know what I mean? So Brian Robinson Jr. is a really solid back as well, who I would think now we're gonna start seeing be the feature guy. I don't.
I
Obviously,
don't,
we know the days of. I was gonna say, obviously, we know the days of being a feature guy is over. Is not really. It not really in the NFL
I'm,
anymore,
I'm not even saying that. We can't forget about my guy Austin Eckler that they bought in.
That's
Shout out
true,
to
that's
Chuck.
true. They
You
did
know what I
bring
mean? They
in
bought in
Eckler.
Austin Eckler in the offseason. That's going to be a lovely 1-2 punch there from the running back position.
So that's a great point right there too, and I think Eckler now becomes a lot more valuable, because what he's able to do in the passing game is going to be an extension of the run, but is also going to be a crutch
A
for
nice
for
security blanket.
Daniels. A nice security blanket for Daniels, where normally rookie QBs coming and it's the tight end that they're kind of leaning on. So to be able to have a guy who's going to be right there in the backfield, kind of, worst case scenario, I could get it over here. That's going to be able to add a whole lot of other elements to the offense.
We know how
and
much
just give them
Travis
more
rocking with
confidence
Eckler.
more than anything. Oh yeah,
You know
oh,
what I
yeah.
mean?
He
Yeah,
can-
y'all
he
be
can
wanting
eat
to play my
fantasy.
man. You know what I mean? Listen, he moves the chains. I don't care how he do it. He moved the chains. But since all right,
Hey, hang on. I just got a chance to look at the chat. We got Ray now talking about J.J. McCarthy is better than Jaden Daniels. I mean, come on
listen.
now.
Shout
Come
out to
on.
Ray.
Shout out to Michigan,
Ray.
B, but you tripping.
Right, y'all had your moment.
That's the
Y'all got
champagne
your
talking,
national
yo.
championship. You know what I mean? Shout out to you guys, but stop playing. All right, come on now.
on,
We'll,
dog.
we'll get to JJ when he get picked, but I think it's safe to say the first and second pick is gone as we thought it was. I think now the draft truly begins. We got the Patriots on the clock, and before we get to them, let me ask each of you guys a question. What do you think is going to be the biggest shocker now? Now that the draft is began, in our opinion, who do you think is going to make a big move here in this first round, at least?
I can't
Rick,
say
go ahead.
who specifically. I off the top of my head, Minnesota is the team that makes the most sense in my opinion. As I'm kind of scrolling through, I don't know if Minnesota's the one that decides they want to jump up, But I mean, I can't help but take my eyes off of that number 5 spot, right? Like, I think whatever we see New England do here is really gonna dictate if somebody jumps up and gets into that 5 spot or not, in my opinion. So I think that 3 and 5 are really, really tied together, and depending on which guy New England goes with right now, maybe somebody, potentially the Vikings, is jumping up into 5.
Paul, you like to make the hot takes. You like to make a good prediction. You know what I mean? You who do you think is
That's
about to
what I
make the
do.
big move? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hurry up. Get it in, because we got the Patriots getting ready to come up with their pick. Go ahead. What you got?
I think the biggest moves are going to come from San Francisco. We've been quiet on them because we expect them to be great.
Okay.
They didn't do anything in the offseason. And they got
Okay.
receivers that want money. They got receivers that's getting overpaid. There's a lot of jealousy and envy there. I think we see D, as Rick will tell you, I was 4 hours ahead of that report that Ayuk and Debo being shopped. I'm in the know, bro. I'm a wheeler and dealer. Debo is
But,
on the
but
block. I think
real quick,
Debo goes.
real quick, I'm gonna give mine. I think the Rams are a team to look out for in the quarterback market at the back end of that first round. We've been hearing rumors,
Depending on
but
what's left.
we've got the Patriots in. The Patriots pick is in. They have
Drake May.
picked Drake May out of North Carolina. They're going back to the quarterback well. The situation with Mac Jones didn't work out. You know what I mean? Mac Jones came in, had I believe it was a Pro Bowl rookie year, but after that it kind of went to shambles. We are in a new era of New England, actually. I mean, there's no more Bill Belichick. You know what I mean? Gerard Mayo is now the head coach. They are picking they're at the number 3 pick. They obviously need a quarterback, so they've picked their quarterback that they believe could hopefully be their franchise quarterback in Drake May. Rick, what do you think about this? What do you think about Drake May going to New England, man?
Again, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, right? It's a whole new system there, whole new regime. This is an organization that's completely starting over in a way they've never started over before, right? Because even in the wake of Tom Brady leaving, at least at the time, we were still
Wait.
giving Belichick the benefit of the doubt. The Patriot way was still intact. It showed signs of life for about a year and a half post Tom Brady, and then it was like, nah, it's dead. So this franchise now is completely starting over from scratch. And they've got who they think is their guy, right? And I'd say shout out to Ray Jarvis, who posted a really good link in the football chat that had a good breakdown of Drake May. The things that he does well, the things he doesn't do well, and whatnot. There's going to be some development that is needed, right? So at this point, it just really comes
Sit
down
down,
to
don't you?
who is going to be in the building, who's the guy that's going to be making sure that this kid is going to be as good as they expect him to be with this number 3 pick. So starting from scratch like that is just going to have to be a trust factor. He's got the tools. We know he can make the throws and whatnot. So those things that he's going to have to work on, we're going to need to make sure that there's somebody in the building that's who's going to be able to bring him along.
Paul, Drake May has been kind of described as a little bit of a in need of development, as Rick has mentioned. You know what I mean? I don't want to call him a developmental project, because I don't think the number 3 overall pick is a developmental project. You know what I mean? But there's been some questions about consistency from the mechanic standpoint. He's going into the situation where they got Jacoby Brissett. He's there. You know what I mean? Do we think Drake May is the starter week 1, or do we think Jacoby,
No.
Drake has kind of a red shirt year, maybe at least the first couple weeks? What do you think?
Nope. I think Drake May is going to start this first week of the season. And here's how I see it, right? I do believe, because Drake, this is the trials and tribulations of, look at the quarterbacks in college football last year. Caleb Williams, Jaden McDaniels, Penix, right? Like McCarthy. Like, there's 10 big names at the QB position, right? And even younger guys that are just as hyped and had the buzz. No one watched North Carolina football, bro. Right? Like, I mean, I hate to say that. Like, I'm not saying that.
Does anybody ever watch North
disrespectfully.
Carolina football?
No,
Like, it's
that's
not
my
disrespect.
point.
It's just we all
No
know
one.
they're a basketball school. I mean, they're not a big time
No one
football
tuned
school.
into those
So
games. Like if when Michigan or Texas was on at noon, we didn't watch North Carolina. So to be fair, a lot of the critics in the critique we seen against Drake May, a lot of it was lazy comparison to, and that's why that piece that Jar put in it was so good because there was actually somebody who invested hours of research and film and was willing to pull a Baldy like moment and craft it. Right, dude can make every throw.
Yeah,
He's got a
he does
big
some really
arm,
good things, man.
great ball placement. And the same way I said I wasn't sold on Will Levis, I wasn't sold on May, but Will Levis, he impressed me down the stretch last year as they were competing for, what potentially was a final playoff spot. Will Levis was really strong. So I'm willing to give Drake May the benefit of the doubt. And he's got some weird, crafty receivers in New England, right? Like, none of them are really good, but they can get open. They love to do a lot of mix and play against his own. He's going to be in a comfortable situation. But I think New England needs a lot. Like who's playing? Who's the running back? Like Stevenson fell apart last year, right? Like who are the tight ends? Like what's the O line look like? It's just I don't know what's going on
I
in
hate to cut you. I
Foxborough.
hate to cut you off real quick, Paul. Before the Cardinals get their pick in, where do we think the Cardinals go with
I
this?
hope a
I know
trade,
where I think they should go,
but I think they're going
but where,
Harrison.
where do you think they should go,
I
Paul?
think
What
Harrison.
about you, Rick? What you got?
Yeah, it's got to be Harrison.
Up and there
Yeah,
it goes.
there
The
you
pick
go.
is in.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. You know what I mean?
So
Son of is Marvin in the hall already? Is Senior in the hall already? Is he?
I think you just
I
got
can't
there.
remember off the top of my head.
You just
Okay,
got
right.
there.
So son of Hall of Famer Marvin Harrison. You know what I mean? Of those great Indianapolis Colt days with Peyton Manning out there. Marvin Harrison Jr. He's been on the map for a couple years now. You know what I mean? He's been shining out there at Ohio State. He's now going out to Arizona, which Arizona is somewhat of from an organizational standpoint, a little shaky, but you know what I mean. But on the field, in terms of he's going to be the primary weapon of Kyler Murray. There've been some comparison that Marvin Harrison Jr. is very Larry Fitzgerald like, which hey. Look where he's going, Arizona. Yep. What do you guys think about this pick, man? Is this what do you think of Paul? What do you think about the potential matchup between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? What do you think that's going to look like?
I like it, right? I mean, here's the thing. When Kyler got D Hop, that was a dynamic. That was like bread and butter. And no disrespect to Hop, Marv is actually more explosive, right? Like Hop was your 12-yard out, 10-yard dig, gritty, like wants to play in contact, Brandon Marshall-esque.
50-50 guy.
Marv is ABC, right? Full route trees, what we've seen. I don't think he's going to have any issues translating his game like in the pros. Like, I mean, he's already bigger, faster, more explosive. Like he's a pro-ready receiver. So I like it a lot. I mean, you might be looking at a Jamar Chase-like player in Marv Harrison Jr. And obviously he don't have a Joe Burrow, but Kyler Murray, he gonna get him the ball. One thing about Kyler, he gonna scramble.
You get him off Call of Duty. Kyler Murray looked pretty good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know what? Listen, speaking of Kyler Murray, right? Like he came back toward the tail end of the season. I know there was a lot of talk. Are they gonna play him? They're gonna sit him. Would he be the one that they move so they could take advantage of the high picks and start fresh with a new QB? You know, all that. And he came out those last few games of the season and looked really good. You know, like coming off of a devastating injury, it was really promising to be able to see him look as sharp as he did. So you imagine a full off-season program and coming into the season from scratch back to hopefully 100 or as very close to 100% as possible. We can go back to knowing and seeing the Kyler Murray that we were used to prior to the injury, especially when he has a weapon like this. You know, like Paul mentioned, this is a pro-ready receiver. He can run. He could run all the routes. He can gain separation. His anticipation is on point. He catches it with his hands almost every single time. Like, I mean, this is the type of guy that any QB is going to want to have. So I'm excited to see, especially with, what's a tight end McBride.
McBride.
That boy is
The
good.
way McBride looked down
And
the
they,
stretch
they
there,
had
like
they had a wide receiver. I can't remember the kid's name. He came on last year and made some plays for them.
Dortch or something like that.
Not Dortch. It was another kid that they drafted late. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he came on for them a little bit and started making plays. You know what I
Listen,
mean?
James Conner was an All-Pro running back too
yeah,
last year.
that's right. I didn't even mention
Right.
Conner, so-
Speaking of pro ready, we're talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. here, who said he ain't messing around with the combine. He ain't even go do no combine drills. He ain't do no pro day drills. He said, "I'm getting ready for the season."
Yes.
Okay, he's already got that pro mindset. You know what I mean? When your pops is a Hall of Famer, you know what I mean. He already shown you the ropes. All I'm gonna ask of Marvin Harrison Jr. is to sign his NFL Players Association contract so he could be in Madden, you know what I mean? So it ain't just out there with a number 18 or whatever number he got. He got to sign that, so you know what I mean, so he can get in the game, you know what I mean?
And Madden ain't like NCAA. It's not optional. You signing the contract. You're gonna be in the game.
Right, you gonna be in the game, you know what I mean? So just take care of that paperwork real fast for us. Here we have next on the clock the Chargers, who I think is a very interesting pick. Because they've had a lot of changes in the offseason. You bring in, Jim Harbaugh back from college, you know what I mean, coming off a national championship, who's already having a proven track record in the NFL of getting teams, not only being successful with teams, but having fast turnarounds with teams. You know what I mean? Turning around NFL teams really fast. They shipped out their two primary wide receivers, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. You ship out Austin Eckler. You have a team where, philosophy-wise, Jim is a run the ball kind of guy, but you obviously need some help at wide receiver. Rick, where do you think this team can go with this at this pick? Where do you think the Jim Harbaugh era is going to start in terms of the Chargers?
Yeah, so I was mentioning before, like I was really interested to see what the Patriots were going to do. I was, thinking if the Patriots for some reason went with another QB other than Drake May, that's where I would have expected, a team to potentially jump up and make that trade with the Chargers. Now that May is off the board, I wouldn't necessarily anticipate somebody trading to come up that high for what's left. The easy answer is one of those receivers, right? Either Neighbors or O'Dunes, right? I mean, like you mentioned, they've got nobody to throw it to.
They got their first round pick from last year. Johnson.
Did you see what he looked like when they tried to throw it to him last year?
Season was never the same after that drop. That game winning drop.
They've got nobody to throw it to. So the smart money would be you've got what people call one of the better QBs in the league, right?
Come on, we're not going to do that to Justin. Justin is one of the better young QBs in this league.
Okay,
man. We're not going to do that.
So
to
you
him.
may as well get him a receiver. I would think it would make sense for you to get him a receiver.
Paul, what do you think? Where does the Chargers go with this pick, man?
I don't know, man. I think they have to take one of those two top receivers, right? Whether it's a Dunze or Neighbors, I don't think you miss with either one, but I think you absolutely have to take one of them. The challenge is, as you look at back-to-back years spending a one on a wide receiver, right? Like that's the challenge. Because if Homeboy has developed as much as we hope he has, Quentin Johnson, and you had Palmer and you had the other guy that was doing all right last year, then you shouldn't need to take a receiver. And then I think they go safe with Joe Alt, who's the best left tackle on the board, right? Like, protecting the backside in the pro-style offense is the most important thing you can do. Like, the NFL has taught us that for 20 years.
But they already have that, and Rashawn Slater from a couple of years. Rashawn Slater's an All-Pro, man. He you know what I mean. He's an All-Pro.
You mean the guy that was top 3 in penalties or something like that?
No, that wasn't Rashawn Slater. Rashawn Slater, I mean, he did get injured.
Oh, that was
but,
Taylor.
Right. Rashawn Slater, he's a stud at left tackle, man. So I think they're set at that position. I think offensive line is where they could go, and if you do go, you want to go right tackle. I don't know if Alt is the right guy for that because there's been questions of can he make that switch to right tackle? Because I think Rashawn Slater is going to stay at left tackle. So no matter what you bring in, so you might want to go if you go offensive line in a different position than all. Even though he is the best tackle on the board, I just don't know if he's that that right tackle. Keep an eye out for what's the kid name out of Alabama? You know, he could be a stud at right tackle. You know, he's that that ground and pound, you know what I mean, kind of guy that, you know, Jim Harbaugh likes, you know what I mean, that can solidify that run game, you know what I mean, keep Justin Herbert upright. I mean, here comes the pick. Let's see what the Chargers do with this one, man. I mean, in terms of hey, they could go tight end. We could see Brock Bowers, you know what I mean, get picked in this spot right here. We could.
6
we
is
could.
high, bro.
It's possible. It's possible. You get a weapon and somebody that could do maybe a little bit of blocking. We know these new tight ends don't like to block. Oh, they picked Joe Alt. Okay, so I guess they don't have it right.
Tall, hefty, bro. I be knowing, bro.
I guess they don't have any concerns about moving him over to that right tackle position, man. Hey, you go out here, you get the best tackle in this draft, and I can't be mad at it. Rick, what do you think about this pick right here?
I mean, like you mentioned, right? What is it to be if you're able to get someone who could be a franchise QB or someone who can be a franchise protector of the QB, you're always in a good position, right? So you can't be mad at it at all. Maybe your franchise QB could be mad at it if he is looking around and thinking that some of those guys didn't develop enough. I will circle back and put some respect on Jesse Palmer's name because he did slip my mind.
He was high, bro.
He was
right.
Those
young guys.
He was pretty consistent in spots, so I definitely got to give him a little bit of credit there. But they're still gonna have to address the skill positions on the offense. So we'll see what that looks like moving forward. But I mean, again, you get the best tackle in the draft. You can't be mad at that at all. Those
Listen,
guys,
his
I
round
swear
2
you
and 3
miss, right?
picks will be. He's gonna go running back. I wouldn't be shocked if he takes his own boy Corbin. Right, that won't shock me. In round 3 or so, I think is the grade they got on him. And listen, there's gonna be some quality guys. There's so many receivers in this class.
Yeah.
Shout out to your Florida State homie. Keon Coleman might be a top 5 receiver, bro.
I mean,
like in this draft.
I mean, listen, these next couple of picks, depending on what happens, if the Giants, kind of go for one of these QBs still on the board, then you got Tennessee coming up, Falcons behind there. We might end up in that situation where, like we said at 9, one of those 2 receivers is still sitting there, and you could end up bringing one of them into Chicago with Caleb.
It's true, man.
It's a deep class from the wide receiver standpoint and from the offensive line standpoint. So you know what I mean. Digging into those wells early, you can't go wrong. You know what I mean? If you're forced to pick one, I would say go with the offensive line first. Simply because those top tier talent perspectives. You know what I mean? There can be a little bit of a dip, as even though it's a deep class, it can be a little bit of a dip later on in the draft. Wide receiver, as Paul, you mentioned,
the magic is up 40, B. I just throw that out there.
Get out of here.
Go ahead.
The magic is up 40, B. That's all I'm telling you. No Shaq, no Kobe. The magic is up 40.
I'm going back and forth with the Knicks. We got a quick update. Knicks is up 54-52 with a minute and 44 left in the first half.
We just need 114 points in the first half. That's what we're looking for here.
Speaking of the Knicks,
we're just looking for
the Giants. The pick is in.
Oh, that was fast.
Okay, New York, here we go.
So
what do the Giants do? We all know.
Before we jump to that, let me piggyback. One of the things you were saying about going with the tackle or over the wide receiver. The other thing is too, you mentioned there is a bit of a bigger dip from the top tier guys. The other part of that too is that those top end OTs. That's probably like the one area in the draft that is almost bust proof. When you've got those top tier offensive tackles that it's these guys and then everybody else, those picks are almost bust proof. So you gotta go.
Even if they're not all pros, they're still usually at minimum solid. You know what I mean? At a minimum, they are solid. You know what I mean? the Giants picks are in what? What do the Giants do, Paul? Man, what do they do?
JJ, what you got?
Yo.
You got
The
you
Giants
got
are in the crossroads, bro.
they
Dabo has
never
completely
in no man's land. You got
Listen, he's
DJ
completely
coming off
lost
ACL.
but he's completely lost faith in come on, man, score a bucket. Sorry. They've completely lost faith in Jones. And Dayball is now his job's on the line, right? Like in theory, they absolutely need to go quarterback. I don't think JJ's their guy, so I don't know.
I mean,
I
I
think they go
think
neighbors.
Rick, what do you think if from well no, I'll save my question so after the pick comes out because if it goes quarterback, if they don't go quarterback, we don't even need to ask this question. But let's see what the Giants do right here. They are on the clock. Malik Neighbors from wide receiver LSU. Man, you get Daniel Jones, who if he's ready for the beginning of the season, you get him a wide receiver who can go out there and stretch the field, you know what I mean, who's an explosive player. Rick, what do you think about this pick right here for the New York Giants, man? He looked New York he looked ready for the bright lights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the biggest question immediately is the obvious one is what does this mean for the quarterback position, right? So is DJ the guy? Are you moving forward him? Is it another prove it type year? Like, what does that look like? I think they could be potentially setting themselves up for a little bit of more uncertainty because every year you lose chasing a QB, it sets the rebuild back maybe 2 or 3 years. So it's like, how much longer are you gonna kind of have faith in this guy before you be like, hey, look, we need to upgrade? If you think he's your guy, it is what it is. You paid him already, so at some point you thought he was your guy. He got hurt, so you have an excuse to kind of throw at people and say why you still think he might be your guy. So I get it, especially considering what's left on the board. That's my biggest thing. Like, even as a Dolphin fan, when everybody's talking about you can't pay Tua, you can't pay Tua, you can't pay Tua, and it's like, all right, cool. If we don't pay Tua, what's the alternative? And then it's like, maybe you could. There's no plan, right? So you're
Right.
so in the absence of a plan, you stick with what you're going with, right? So what's on the board right now, if they went and got a QB, it would have been a reach. Let's be honest, right? Based off of what they got on the roster. So if you kick the can on the QB another year and you do what you can to at least say, I've got a legitimate number one wide receiver for whoever my forever quarterback ends up being, it's a good pick. I'm glad they didn't reach and go QB because I think that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy if they
Paul,
took any one of the guys left.
Paul, speaking of, whichever quarterback, we sitting here talking about Daniel Jones, throwing the ball to, getting a new weapon. He might not even be ready for the start of the season. It may be Drew Lock, for all we know, who has had, I would say, some moments where he's looked decent, you know what I mean? So what do we think about that? What do we think Malik Neighbors is walking into? Do we think if say Drew Lock starts off the season great, you know what I mean, and he's on a roll, do you go back to Daniel Jones when he's ready? You know what I mean? Is that what they do? What do you think?
I think the Giants are gonna go with whatever's hot. And if you're the Giants, you need to win games, you need to win early, right? So you could see you could see a scenario depending on the recovery of Daniel Jones play out. Drew Lock looked good in preseason. And he goes out there. Pretty sure they got their annual Cowboys matchup week 1, and he plays well enough to win. I think the Giants have seen enough about. They know what Daniel Jones is capable of. Sort of like the Zach Wilson concept, right? But man, I'm just pissed. They scored 113 points. God damn it, we needed 114. Okay, in the first half. Like,
Parlay
bro,
P.
come on now.
Be
Why
like
did
that
why did
sometimes, man.
Maxie jack up that goofy ass 3-pointer? Get to the damn hole, get a foul, do something, my man. Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
No, yeah, I listen. I don't know. The Giants trading for Locke was surprising, but it shows that they're not willing to just sit down, lay down, and put all their eggs in the Daniel Jones basket. And we know when they constructed this deal, it was to create an easy out
Right.
around the end of this season, anyways, right? So, like, I think that's what you're seeing.
Next on the
And
clock. Oh, go
Penix is
ahead.
probably going to still be their guy. The Giants fully intend to spin the block to get Michael Penix Jr. I think they fully, and if they can't get him, keep your guy on the other dude from Florida State, the quarterback that took that gruesome knee injury in the ACC title game, the 5-year starter. Rick, you know his name. Your quarterback on the
John
Seminoles.
Travis.
I could see Jordan Travis getting taken as a day 2 or day 3 guy for sure.
Moving on next to the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans, they got a new coaching staff. They got rid of Mike Vrabel, which from what I believe was creative different or philosophy differences or just, whatever. You get rid of a quality head coach, but okay. Um, Will Levis, coming in, year two, he's shown some moment out there in his rookie year. Rick, where do you think the Tennessee Titans go? Like, what's a need that they could get at this top? We still got a lot of quality offensive linemen out here. We still got
Yeah.
the wide receiver out of Washington, Brock Bowers. We haven't seen a defensive player go off the board yet. We're at pick 7 yet. We haven't seen one of those. Can we see our first defensive player going off the board? What do you think, Rick?
Yeah, right where you started, I think for me, it's got to be offensive line. In my opinion, this is a team who, for a very long time, was steadfast and consistent in that position. They had one of the best lines, or one of the top lines in the league for a while, and we've seen that kind of disseminate a little bit here over the past couple of years. So I would imagine that would be the primary focus, is to be able to ensure that they've got this line rebuilt and ready to protect Levis if that's the guy that they're going to move forward with. It could be a good spot to see them go ahead and jump out and get a receiver too. We sure they brought in Calvin Ridley, but who knows if they're content with just that. Again, another opportunity to try to um, give their QB the best possibility to be successful. So my money would absolutely be first on the offensive line, if not there, getting him a weapon.
I mean, think about it. This team is. We're going into a new era. We're going into the Derrick Henry less era of the Titans. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Derrick Henry has been the face of that franchise for the last, few years. You know what I mean? He's been what I like to call a tone setter. You know what I mean? They have this thing where, you put your main guys that, they walk off the bus first. Derrick
Yeah.
Henry is a guy that used to walk off the bus first. You know what I mean? And I think that was all part of the Mike Vrabel tone that they set. So I mean, this team they can go in a lot of different ways. I mean, if Will Levis is their guy, I think yeah, you solidify some protection for him, or possibly. I mean, you possibly could get maybe Brock Bowers. Maybe I think as a safety blanket. You know what I mean? Something to help. You got to give the kid a tool. You know what I mean that he can use. You know what I mean? Whether it be a weapon or whether you solidify the protection. I mean, the Titans.
I'd say another sleeper direction too, because you mentioned the thing about setting the tone, right? About Derrick Henry, and I immediately in my mind comes Derrick Henry, it comes the offensive line, but then I think to expand that to the defensive line and just talk about the trenches in general. I think this is a team that for the longest time we knew was built from the trenches out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did go dig in and pull out the first defensive player and maybe attack the defensive line. That could be like one of those other routes that I think they could potentially go in
Maybe
that
Dallas
mindset of like
Turner.
securing the trenches.
Maybe Dallas Turner, the pass rusher out of Alabama, or the kid out of UCLA. I'm not even gonna try and butcher his name. So that is a possibility right there. Here we are. The pick is in. Goodell's coming off a fantastic year. And the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham,
Oh, what happened? J.C.
and
Latham
we're gonna switch
stuck with the
to
offensive line. Ooh, I just lost Travis and And Paul, what's going on? What's going on? Give us a second while we work through this. But the pick is J.C. Latham. We get another Alabama tackle off the board. Yeah, like I was saying before, so we already know that the Titans are a team that, for the longest time, has been known to have one of the better lines in the league. Just coming back off that last note I was mentioning about just the trenches in general. This is a team that's generally good up front. So as they start to rebuild their identity, it looks like they're going to try to be consistent with that. But more than that is just making sure that you've got a tough offensive line up there to protect what could potentially be your franchise quarterback. Will Levis look good after stepping in, closing out the season strong, had some really quality wins and whatnot. So I would dare to believe that they'll be moving forward with him this coming season and making sure that they've got the protection there ready for him. Always like the big Roger Goodell bear hugs. All right, we got Travis back. Get him back up in her. All right. Fresh report from while we get Travis to log in here. Fresh report from Shefty. Apparently, the Falcons are getting ready to draft a quarterback.
No. No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no, 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 no,
that's
no, not,
that's the
not, not,
report.
not,
That's
not,
the
not, no, no,
report.
no, 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 not after you went out here and spent all this big money on
That's the report
Kirk
Shefty just
Cousins,
dropped.
on Captain Kirk. Not after
Man,
I spent all that money out there. Cut it out. That I don't believe that one. If that's
we'll
the,
see.
that's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, that'll for sure throw some things out of whack.
right? Because nobody. I mean, I I can kind of I get it. I could get it because for the simple fact you got Kirk Cousins who was coming off an AC not ACL Achilles tear. He's not exactly a spring chicken out there, and then
Yeah, I
we
get
all know
it, but
my opinion on Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean? He ain't the guy, but to go out here and spend a top 10 pick on Kirk
that's the
would be
thing.
I mean, on a quarterback would
Yeah.
be interesting. Seeing how I mean,
Yes.
because if you look at this Atlanta team, they're already stacked from an offensive weapon um, perspective. They've spent a lot of draft quality on the running back, the wide receiver, the tight end. You know what I mean? They've invested money in that offensive line. You know what I mean? They got a new coach coming in, Raheem Morris, who will hopefully, properly utilize those offensive weapons. You know what I mean? Because we all know it wasn't being properly utilized last year. But I don't know about that. That's I'll believe it when I see it, Shefty. I mean, shout out to Shefty. You know what I mean? He be knowing, but I believe it when I see it, boy. Oh wait, hold on. Ian Rappaport up here. Hold on, what he talking about? Hold on now. Hold on now. We might this draft might have got a little spicy. Hold on. Because once Ian Rappaport get up here and Shefty start talking, that's when I start listening. You know how the journalists would like to say, you need
Yeah.
multiple sources. You know what I mean? Multiple confirmed sources out here. Um, it seems like they on Atlanta is on the phone with somebody. I don't know who they on the phone with, but I mean, it couldn't be. They couldn't be ready to pick a quarterback, man. That would be insane. I mean, then
So
what was the
Minnesota
point?
was
You
able
you
to
just
sit
signed
back too. That's the other thing.
you
And
just
shout out to
signed
Ray. I was gonna say
you
shout out
just
to Ray.
signed
He just
Kurt to
mentioned about JJ potentially falling to Minnesota. Like that could happen unless the Falcons actually jump up here. And
First
grab
of all,
this
that'd be
dude.
crazy because did Atlanta did Atlanta take Kirk Cousins from you, but now they about to take the quarterback you wanted to draft from you
Imagine.
too. Like what did Minnesota? What did you do to Atlanta that they don't like y'all? Like you know what I mean?
Well, here we go.
I mean, we all thought this was be a place where the first defensive play would come off the board. You know, maybe one of those pass rushers, maybe Dallas Turner, maybe one of the kid out of UCLA. You know what I mean? But let's see, because this might get a little spicy if reports are true, because that would be insane. Wow,
Wow.
Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta. Now that is an interesting QB room right there. I mean, come on. Listen. Let's get my man Kirk up out of here. Let's get Michael Penix Jr. up in there. I'm here for the.
So-
if this is what listen, if this is
So-
what we talking about here right now, I
Listen.
like the next era of Atlanta football. We got Michael Penix Jr. We got Bijan Robinson in the backfield. We got Jordan London at the wide receiver. Kyle Pitts at the tight end position. Wow.
Let
I
me
mean,
just
this
say
is one of
this.
those ones.
Let me just say this, bro. I just spent the entire week in the A last week, yo. This is a pick for the culture, right here.
Right.
This is
Right.
for the
Right.
culture.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Atlanta
So,
Falcons
let me-
game's gonna be up, yo.
Let me ask you a question before we touch on Michael Penix Jr. and the amazing year he had. What does this mean for Kirk Cousins? Is this a redshirt year for Michael Penix Jr.? I mean, what does this mean? You just went out and spent a lot of money on a quarterback. Like, what are your thoughts on this, Rick?
So, I'm not 100% sure what the numbers are. If you have them, let me know.
4
or
years,
if you're able to-
180.
As far as now, what is it's fully guaranteed, right?
I don't believe it's fully guaranteed, but it's Kirk Cousins. I'm pretty sure a nice portion of it is guaranteed.
Yeah. So if you get 2 years of Kirk Cousins, right? Let's say that's what you get out of him, 2 years, and if you're able to get out of it for somehow, maybe it's 100 mil, and you can get out of it, and there's 2 years redshirting, maybe that's a good plan, right? The other thing I see too is this could be a situation where we see package rotations also, where it may not be a full red shirt, right? It could be a situation where there's going to be plays and packages pull in, because like you said, you kind of set the table for this. We were just thinking potentially JJ and it being like an heir apparent pass the baton type situation where it could be Penix, and as he's getting ready, he's also being implemented in different ways and being able to supplement what you're getting from Kirk as well. So it could be a situation that, maybe 2 years down the line, even if it's potentially 3-ish years down the line, if there's an out in that Kirk Cousins deal where you would expect now you've got somebody who's able to step in and potentially, flip the A for the culture, man. Like, this is dope. That's a rock solid pick for the city of Atlanta if it works out, So that'll be fire.
I like it. I like it in terms of potentially a developmental year, at least one redshirt year, maybe two. You know what I mean? Maybe you turn Kirk Cousins after this year into some type of tradable asset. You know what I mean? And get something back for him. You know what I mean? I like Michael Penix Jr. We all know he has a strong arm. That's one of his great talents. Coming out of Washington, he ran a lot of pro concepts. So that's also in his favor. You know what I mean? Injury concerns, the medical has been a little bit of a concern for a lot of teams. But I like the fact that he's going to be able to study under Kirk Cousins and, learn the NFL ropes, and be able to take his time. Because like we mentioned at the top of the show, a lot of the issues when it comes to these quarterbacks being developed, I think, is them getting rushed in there too soon. You know what I mean? When they are not ready.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, look at the Packers. The Packers have had 30 plus years of quality quarterback play. Look like they're going into their third generation of quality quarterback play. And what have they done each time? They got a quarterback. They let him sit for a couple years, develop him, and then they put him out there. You know what I mean? It's nothing wrong with that. Look at Patrick
Stay true
Mahomes.
to
He
their
sat
timetable.
for he sat for majority of that first season. You know, he got in that last game of the season for a little garbage time. You know what I mean? Everything was wrapped up. But look at Patrick Mahomes now. You know what I mean? I think there is something to be said about letting some of these quarterbacks sit for a little bit and learn. The Chicago Bears,
Told
their
you.
pick is in.
Told you.
Rome Odunze, you know what I mean, out of Washington.
you.
Look at here we go. I like that. You got Michael Penix
Yo.
Jr., Washington quarterback going at the number 8 pick, and then you get his wide receiver going at the number 9 pick. You know what I mean? What do you think about this pick for the Chicago Bears, Rick? I mean, I know you mentioned it a lot earlier in terms of getting another weapon for Caleb Williams, you know, who they just drafted as their franchise quarterback. They already brought in Keenan Allen, but Keenan Allen, we all know he's at the tail end of things. You know what I mean? You got DJ
Yeah.
Moore on the other side, so here you have a wide receiver who can, you know, do a lot of different things for that team. What do you think?
I mean, this is the perfect scenario for the Bears so far to start off this draft. You get the guy at number 1, the obvious guy, yes, but you land him at number 1, and then you manage to land one of the top 3 receivers in the league. And it's not even top 3 like, oh, he's definitely 3, he's definitely 2. Some people had him at 1, you know? So these 3 guys they're all amazing, but each one has maybe like one specific thing that's better than the other, and which is the only reason why any one ends up number 1 on somebody's list and not on the other. So knowing that these three guys are essentially interchangeable at the position, and you manage to get one of them down at number 9 after getting what is looking like the generational automatic go-to franchise quarterback. Bravo to the Bears. This opened up so perfectly for them. Great start, man. This is a team that we're going to see. This is going to be unprecedented because, you know, we started off the show mentioning we don't see a situation where a rookie QB picked number 1 overall goes into a situation
That's
that they're
just good.
even expected to look good, let alone win. You know,
Right.
like we're not even expecting you to look like a pro QB the entire season. If this quarterback can kind of hit the ground running, can likely, probably, definitely be, you know, a co-favorite with the Lions right there in the division, you know, based off of what they have on paper. So really awesome job by the Bears for doing nothing other than just sitting back and letting
Letting the
fall to
draft
them.
come to them.
You know,
You know what I mean?
And bravo. And that's one of the things we mentioned. Like, it made sense. If one of those guys, whether it was him or Neighbors, fell at 9, you've got to pull the trigger. You have to.
Right. And like you mentioned, you know, when in terms of these top 3 wide receivers, they all have different traits that make them great. Marvin Harrison Jr., you know what I mean? He's more of an all-around guy. You know, some people would say he's not as explosive as Neighbors, you know, which people think that's Neighbors, you know, his thing, his yak and his explosiveness. Odunze was more of a physical big body guy. You know what I mean?
Prototype,
50-50 kind of guy. He may not burn anybody deep, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But you put that ball in the air, you know, he's gonna fight for it, you know what I mean? You know, they say the potential 50-50 type of 50-50 type of catches, you know what I mean? He's the type of wide receiver where it may be 60-40 in his favor, you know what I mean?
And
so
And I was going to say, look at, we talk about the body types, right? We talk about the body types and we talk about what these guys are bringing to the table with these 3 picks, with those 3 receivers. Let's look specifically at what the Bears currently have on the roster, right? You just mentioned, you bring Odunze who comes in. He's that big guy. He's the muscle. He's the 50-50 guy, right? You've already got a sure-handed, you know, almost perfect route runner in Keenan Allen.
A possession type of guy.
You've
first
got a
down,
burner.
move the chains.
You've got a burner that's taking the top off in DJ Moore. You've
Who's
got
physical at the line of scrimmage
physical
and
at the line of
downfield.
scrimmage and you still got Buddy in the trenches in the seam doing all the work with Cole Kmet. Like, I mean, the four marquee weapons that he's gonna have at his disposal, and we haven't even talked about the backfield yet. You know,
DeAndre
just
Swift,
just talking
Johnson.
about the three receivers and the tight end alone, he's got everything prototypically that an offense is going to need to be productive in the passing game. So it's going to be fun to watch.
It definitely will. I mean, this team has the potential to, like you said, most time when quarterbacks get picked number one overall, they're going into terrible situations. You know what I mean? Prime example, my team, Carolina Panthers, Bryce Young. You know, the reason why the Bears had the number one overall pick because we sucked. You know what I mean? So you're going into a bad situation where on this hand, Caleb Williams is going into a pretty good situation. I think the only question, like Paul mentioned earlier, is the coaching. You know what I mean? Will the coaching be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to, help Caleb Williams,
Who's
you know
the
what I
OC
mean?
over there?
Not give him too much too early, you know what I mean? And let him slowly develop as the season goes along because the weapons are there. Like we mentioned, they've been upgrading the defense, over the past 2 years or so. This team has the potential to go from technically, I'm not gonna say worst to first, but they got a chance to. I can see this team improving by at minimum five, maybe 5 to 6 wins, maybe you know what I mean? Because you got to think about it. They were naturally at number 9, so I believe I can't remember what they finished with off the top of my head, but we could see a nice little improvement from this Chicago Bears team. I mean, it looks like Minnesota.
Just
Okay,
jumped up.
Jets trade with Minnesota here. Okay, I mean, I think we
coming
can
to get
call
JJ.
this one right. Like, I think it's safe to say
Atlanta shook him up.
right, because you know why, because you know why who was also there? Denver. You got Denver. You got Las Vegas coming up. Two teams who are in the quarterback market. So Atlanta goes sit here and takes one of those quarterbacks off the board. You know, because now we're at what 4 quarterbacks off the board. Now Minnesota says, okay, we got to go up there and do something. We can't just sit here and hope it falls to us. And you know what's funny about it is it's only I like when I see trades like this. When you see a team that only really swap one place, you know what I mean? And the reason a lot of teams do
That's
that
defense too.
is right. It's because you're scared of another team
Yep.
coming. Like
Yep.
the Jets are set at quarterback. You know the Jets weren't going to sit here and take one of their quarterbacks. But what you're scared of is the Jets trading with somebody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
So
literally 3 in a row. Because after the Jets, so the Jets are sitting there like the next 3 teams
are
one
all
of you-
quarterbacks. So come
one of
talk
y'all
to me.
gonna want this pick.
Who gonna give the better deal? You know what I mean? Come talk to me. So that's why you do something like this. I mean, I think we got to get here and say it's J.J. McCarthy. You know what I mean? I would think it has to be. And then the beautiful thing about the Jets is when you make that one pick trade, you still get the guy
get
who
your
you
guy.
wanted.
Yep, you still get your
You
guy.
can still go out here and get a tackle. You can still go out here and get Brock Bowers at the tight end position. You can go out here and do a lot of things. You know what I mean? So, I mean, to the Vikings, let's see what they do. Like you said, they lost. I just find it
Atlanta really
hilarious.
helped the Jets a lot with that.
Atlanta. I don't know. Listen, I don't know what Minnesota as a city did to Atlanta, but y'all need to apologize to them. Because first of all, they done like I mentioned, they done took Kirk Cousins away from you, and now they done took one of the quarterbacks off the board from you. I don't know what y'all did to them, but y'all need to apologize to them real fast. The pick is in. Let's see where this goes. I think we're on the same page. We both think it's JJ out of Michigan.
Yeah.
I would like to think
I'd
so.
be shocked if it's anybody else.
I mean, listen, they might sit here and say Bo Nix for all we know. You know what I mean?
Boy.
But I think it's safe to say it's a quarterback that they take at this position. Come on, Roger Goodell, you read a little slow, bro. Come on now. Like we all, the suspense is killing me. But in terms of, in terms of
I'll tell you
Minnesota.
what, man, a comp, something else I didn't think about from a, I was going to say real quick, something from a comp perspective, something I didn't think about when we talking about the Chicago Bears, right? Think about the team that had two high picks last year and hitting on all those two picks, how their season turned out,
Definitely, we could definitely see a
right?
situation of a Houston type
Quick turnaround.
situation. The pick is in. Minnesota Vikings has picked J.J. McCarthy,
Yep.
the national championship winning quarterback out of Michigan. Shout out to Ray, shout out to Manny, our Michigan fans. You know what I mean? They got their national championship. He was the guy that led them that way. Um, in terms of JJ, there are some questions because there are questions about, is he the guy? Is he capable of going out there and winning the game for you? Because at Michigan, he wasn't asked to do it a lot. Michigan was a very dominant team from a defensive standpoint. They were a very run-heavy team, so they didn't put the ball in JJ's hands a lot. You know what I mean? So there have been those questions: is he somebody that can go out there and really, sling it and win you a game when called upon? You know what I mean? He's going. I think he's going to a great situation with the head coach. His name is escaping my. His name is escaping. Oh, O'Connell, Kevin O'Connell, who has seemed to be a good quarterback coach. You know what I mean? I think that's always a positive for a young quarterback to go to a situation where you have a good quarterback. What do you think,
Yeah.
Ray? What do you think about? Do you think JJ's happy about this pick right here? As
I
Justin
mean,
Jefferson.
so something you hit on first and foremost. I mean, you're coming into a situation where you get to throw to Justin Jefferson and don't forget Hawkinson as well, right?
Hawkinson,
Granted,
he's coming off the ACL,
coming off
and we
an
can't forget
injury.
about Addison.
Yeah,
Who
coming
came
off
on
the ACL.
strong as a rookie last year.
Exactly. Exactly. So the weapons are there, which is a good thing. Something you hit on was saying, going in and having the luxury of having a coach who is known as a quarterback coach, especially considering you're now being handed off from a coach who's known for being a quarterback coach, right? So
Right.
I think he's probably
Great point.
the QB who's got the biggest question mark, but I think the question mark is not in, oh man, we don't think he could do it. I think it may end up being more so we just haven't seen it because we didn't need.
They weren't exact. They weren't. Michigan
like,
didn't
I look
ask
at
him to
it
do it.
Exactly. But being coached by someone like Harbaugh, I would imagine that he's been coached up and he's been developing, and more than anything, he makes great decisions. So that's a big part of, one of the things you're gonna look to translate when you're going from college into NFL is how fast the game is and are you able to make the good decisions, right? Everything else, the talent and the play comes together as you get better and whatnot, but being able to make good decisions. So I think that's a situation where he puts himself in a situation where he's going to be able to, have studs to lean on. So he's not going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, similar to what he's used to at Michigan. It's just a
Right.
matter of making good decisions and getting the ball into those players' hands. So I think this is going to be a really, really good place for him. Again, give him the time to develop. Make sure you put a system in place that's gonna promote that. But this could be somebody we're looking at. I look at it kind of similar to Kentucky guys, in college basketball. There's guys like Devin Booker and Tyler Hero and SGA that in college they're not going crazy and blowing it up. Well, it's because they're in a system that doesn't need any one guy to go
Right.
crazy and carry the load their thing, and then they go into the NBA and it's like, yo, this guy was this good. So JJ has an opportunity to be able to live that type of trajectory here with the Minnesota Vikings. So good place to land.
Before looks like the Jets pick is coming. Before we get that, just to touch on something you said in terms of the development, Minnesota may not necessarily be a place where he has to sit and develop. That might be an act with Sam Darnold. That might actually be an actual quarterback battle. You know what I mean? JJ might have an opportunity to take that. The Jets pick is just in. They just picked offensive tackle out of Penn State. Fashuanu. I'm so sorry if I butchered that man's name. I'm not even gonna try that first name. Um, Offensive tackle out of Penn State. This right here, I like this pick because the Jets, they have went out there this offseason. They solidified that offensive line with a lot of they brought in Tyron Smith from Dallas. They brought in Moses from Baltimore. Not from They brought in Moses and they brought in Simpson on the at the guard position from Baltimore, I believe. So Tyron Smith hasn't played a full season in years. You know what I mean? When he plays, he is one of the better left tackles in the league, but that's a big if he plays. You know what I mean? It's a lot of he's been in the league for a long time. Tyron Smith's been in the league since he was like 20. Like we got to remember, he was one of the youngest players to come in the NFL. You know, at the time. So it's a lot of maintenance keeping him going throughout throughout a 17 game season. So now you bring in a tackle who you can develop slowly. You know what I mean? He can play if needed, and we all know what the key to that Jets team this year: protecting Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers coming off that Achilles injury. It was a brutal season. So we all know the number one goal this season is to protect Aaron Rodgers. You brought in Mike Williams at the wide receiver position. He's coming off an ACL tear. He should be back. Whenever he gets back, he should be a valuable asset to them. You already got Garrett Wilson on the other side. You got a quality backfield. You know what I mean? So now you solidify the defense. We already know what the defense is. In Bob, I believe. You know what I mean? Shout out to Chuck. Shout out to Greg. They may not be the big Bob Solid fans, but I think Bob is going to be the guy to get them to the promised land, man.
Big game,
like I
Bob.
said, solidify that offensive line. What do you think, Rick? What do you think about the Jets? You know, a lot of people thought they would go tight end, but they sat here and went tackle. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this is the Jets. This year's offseason, this offseason for the Jets is essentially a continuation of last year's offseason. They literally hit pause, right? I mean, the season went to shreds on the third play, if I'm not mistaken. So they didn't get anything out of last season whatsoever. It's completely a wash. So this season for me is essentially a continuation. What did our team look like going into last season? Where did we need to improve to give us the best chance to win? It was adding additional guys at the skill position, specifically at receiver. They were able to do that. We'll see what Williams has left coming back from the injury. And of course, it was protecting Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, ironically enough, because that's the reason why they're in this mess to begin with, is because they couldn't protect Aaron Rodgers, right?
They couldn't protect anybody. They couldn't protect any of
They
those
couldn't protect
quarterbacks.
anybody, you know? So you continue that, you go get, another tackle up there. So it makes sense, because that's really they're throwing everything in the basket, right? All the eggs are in the basket. So at this point right now, the main keys, we know the defense is rock solid. There aren't any holes over there, so they don't have to focus any attention there outside of depth, if anything. But more important is the depth at the O-line specifically. So it makes sense to continue to bolster that up and make sure you got bodies there to keep in front of Aaron Rodgers for a full 16, 17 games, whatever it is.
Right, because like I said, they signed Tyron Smith. It was a 1 year deal. So even if, it all works out, you still need a guy, to develop for the future. Your future tackle, whether he plays on the right side or left side, it'd probably be a left tackle. But either way, you need a guy to develop, for the future. So I love the pick. I'm one of those, I'm old school when it comes to football. I believe you win in the trenches. And the Jets are one of those teams that have built in the trenches. They're built in. They have solidified and bolstered that offensive line. They already have a great defensive line, and a great defense in general. But this is how you win football games, man, through the trenches. You know what I mean? So it's a great pick. I'm one of those people who believe as long as Aaron Rodgers is healthy and out there, the Jets are going to be a team that's in the mix. You know what I mean, to do some good things this season. The Denver Broncos pick is in. I'm hearing Bo Nix. You know what I mean? That's shout out to Mike. You know what I mean? It's sounding like Bo Nix. They traded for, speaking of the Jets, they traded for Zach Wilson earlier this year. You know what I mean? So I think it's pretty. You shipped out Russell Wilson. That just wasn't a good marriage between him and Sean Payton. You know, what I mean, we'll see what
that
Russell.
was doomed from jump.
Right. We'll see what Russell does in Pittsburgh if he still has something left. But as far as Denver, it just wasn't a good marriage. It wasn't a good fit, and it is what it is. So they shipped him out. So it's obvious that you're in the quarterback market at this point. You know what I mean? Unless you, I think it's safe to say your franchise quarterback isn't on that roster. Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson. You know what I mean? Neither one of those guys.
That would be an absolute reach.
Right. So I think it's probably a little bit of a reach for Bo Nix right now. But like we discussed at the beginning part of the show, these quarterbacks, they get pushed up. You know what I mean? It's just the nature of the beast. It's the needs. You know what I mean? It's what you can't you're not going anywhere without a quarterback.
Exactly.
So if sometimes these guys gotta overreach, you gotta take, you know what I mean, sometimes you gotta take your guy. You know what I mean? If you think that's your guy, if you believe in him, I'm one of those people who believes if you believe it's your guy, it's not an overreach in my opinion. You know what I mean? If you believe this is a guy who's going to be a contributor, who's going to be a franchise player, you know what I mean, for your organization, it's not a reach. Take him when you want to take him. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily care about, waiting or the value of it. No. I believe if you believe he's an impact player, you go get him. You know what I mean? Roger Goodell seems to be out here. Come on now, bro. Just go read the pick, man. Like, are they booing Roger? I got the sound off. Are they booing him when he come out there?
I haven't heard heavy boos.
Okay.
If they're booing him, it's not overpowering.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Detroit don't really got nothing to be mad at. So, yep. Looks like it is Bo Nix out of Oregon.
Damn.
This is
all them QBs went, yo.
And we're not even at poor Las Vegas. Damn, Manny.
12th round. Half of them QBs.
Right. So here we are, Bo Nix. He's gonna be paired up with Sean Payton. He's going into I forgot what they traded away Jerry Jeudy. He was a bum anyway. But he's going into a decent.
Cleveland paid him. He got the bag at least.
Like not only to trade for him, but to also pay him was wild to me. But you're going into a decent situation. You got a good head coach. Sean Payton he's one of those quarterback coaches. Guys who knows how to develop a quarterback. You got Cortland Sutton on the outside. What do you think about this? I mean, did Denver get their franchise guy? Is this is an interesting quarterback room, but did they get their franchise guy with this pick?
I mean, so it goes back to what, this has been the theme so far today, right? Has been, are these QBs ready? Are these QBs, are these all of the questions that you ask when you draft a quarterback this high, right? So it's going to sound cliche over and over again, but I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. If you need one and you're in a position to get one, based off of how you rate him, if the pick is worth the player. And if you think it is, then you take the guy, because otherwise, you start looking at the board and you're thinking, hey, we may not be able to get a guy. And if you think this guy can be the one, then you go out there and get him. Right now, again, it puts Sean Payton now in a position to do exactly what it was that he was brought in there to do. Sean Payton has gotten a lot of credit about being a great quarterback coach, being this great head coach, being able to install amazing offenses and get the best out of their guys. And then we seen how everything went to shit last year with a premier QB. Now, how much of that was on coach, how much of that was on Russ, we may never truly know, right? So you wipe the slate clean, you come in now, you're supposed to be a quarterback guru, you're supposed to be an offensive guru. You, I'm assuming, played a part in selecting the guy that we're going to move forward with in the franchise. I need you to go out here and make it happen. So if Bo Nix fails, it's also because Sean Payton has failed.
I 100% agree. This pick doesn't get made without Sean Payton's approval. You know what I mean? He's practically running. He's practically the head of the organization at this point. You know what I mean? So this pick doesn't get made without that. So, like you said, yes, you are a quarterback developer. I mean, you're a proven track record. You've won a Super Bowl. You've been successful. So it's on you now. You don't have another scapegoat. You were able to scapegoat Russell because,
Yep.
like you said, we'll never really know who was at fault there. You know, sometimes I just think certain situations just don't click. You know, what I mean, I'm a believer in that. So, all
Yeah,
right,
and it
now
happens. That
you
happens.
you picked your guy. I mean, the question could be said. You know, you okay? I'm not gonna say you picked your guy. You kind of picked what was left, but you
Yeah, you
believed in
picked
him
a
enough.
guy at least. Yeah.
You believed in him enough to pick him, so therefore, show earn your money. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wow, okay.
That's
Oakland
interesting.
Raiders take Brock Bowers at
That's
the tight end
interesting.
position. I like this pick for them. They listen. I will be the first to sit here and say I am a Gardner Minshew fan. I think you know what I mean. I think the guy can play when given the opportunity. So now you give him a weapon. You know, because they never really replaced Darren Waller. I think they had no. What was their rookie tight end that came along, and he was pretty productive. But Brock Bowers is a
Yeah.
different type of
I
Brock
forgot
Bowers
his name
is,
because he was a good streamer for fantasy for a bit.
right, but Brock Bowers is a different type of animal. So you bring him into that system. You got Devontae Adams on the outside. You got Myers on the outside. I don't know what they're gonna do with the running back position. They let Jacobs walk out the door.
Yep. And they have
So
to address that.
right, you bring in
Unless
some
it's Zamir
weapon,
White.
you know, another weapon to help Gardner Minshew be successful. I mean, whether you take, I mean, hold on, what other? See, so what we've had? How many quarterbacks have we had so far?
Six.
6. So
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, we got to look. We got to do a deep dive on what's
I
left
mean,
with the
I'd say-
quarterback position.
I'd say right now you're looking at Jordan Travis,
Right.
Spencer Rattler.
Right, like those are at day 2, day 3 guys. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Those
I
are only
think the-
those are the only two. Hold on, I'm pulling it up because those are the only two I could even think of by name.
I think the quarterback
Let's
the
see.
quarterback pool is, I mean, in terms of the top talent, it's kind of been dried up. You know what I mean? And that's crazy.
That's it. Yeah.
Within
Milton,
the first
somebody
12
could take
picks.
a flyer. If someone takes a flyer on Joe Milton from Tennessee, you know,
Oh yeah. Oh Joe. Oh yeah.
that could be a good developmental
Developmental kid.
situation down
Um,
the line. You know,
While we wait for the Saints,
Tua, little brother.
while we wait for the Saints, God, Tua's brother. While we wait for the Saints to get their pick in, let's review back to these quarterbacks. We have 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks. We mentioned at the top of the show, what was it, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the Trevor Lawrence class. We've seen, you know, all other than Trevor Lawrence, all those guys, like we said, are on new teams. So now we have 6 quarterbacks are taken in the first 12 picks. Do we think these guys are going to situations where they could be successful? You know what I mean? Because we want to see that. We don't want to see guys we don't want to see them bust. We don't want to get them getting shipped out. You know what I mean? So do we think they're in situations where they could be successful, man? I mean, Caleb Williams, we think that's a successful situation.
yeah.
Jaden Daniels, debatable.
I
But the
think
rest of those
so.
guys,
I honestly do believe as a group, this group here has definitely been paired up with more favorable situations than the other group. Top because that's so we already know the Wilson situation with the Jets. That little Mormon kid from BYU was never gonna make it in New York. Like, let's be real. On draft day, we saw that. Taking the picture, he looked out of place already. Like, this kid is not gonna make it in New
I
York.
forgot about that. I
Right?
forgot about that.
So
he looks so
that was-
uncomfortable.
Right? That was at the Mac Jones group
Yes,
as well.
it was T Law.
So So you got
Trevor Wilson, Trey Lance, Mac Jones.
Trey Lance. So, okay. So you got Trey Lance, who all the picks were traded for. So he was starting from behind the eight ball already. The Mac Jones situation, you're getting drafted after the GOAT leaves town, right? All of these combinations and pairings were just horrible situations for these dudes to begin with before they even picked up that jersey from Roger Goodell to begin with, you know. So in this situation, we go down the list. We already talked about the situation that Caleb Williams is going into. We talked about the situation with Jaden Daniels too, right? There's some talent over there. It's a winnable division. Depending on how early he goes out there and what type of impact he could make, you know, that could be a good situation for him to thrive too. I'd say if I'm looking at the biggest wild card is probably Drake May, because he's one of those prospects that we have been looking at and saying there's still some developmental things that need to occur. Plus, he's going to probably the worst situation on paper, at least, because there isn't much talent there. The coaching staff is unproven. You know, you go down to JJ. We just talked about the situation he's going into with the Vikings. If he gets an opportunity to go out there immediately and play,
I just
he's
realized
gonna have
JJ to
guys
JJ. I just realized that.
JJ to JJ, right? So, you know, so he's going to have guys that are going to be able to help him out. Bo Nix, we're giving him specifically to pass because the buck is getting passed over to Sean Payton. That, you know, Sean Payton's going to have to be the one that you know owns what happens with Bo Nix. And then, you know, you've got Penix, where again we're talking if he's not rushed out to the field, if it is a full red shirt for maybe 2 years, or if it's just little sprinkles here and there to help him come along. All six of these guys from day one are in far better situations than just about everybody else. Because even T-Law, let's be real, you know, he's been the only saving grace of that class. He went into a shit show too. His
Right,
rookie year.
and that's the funny part.
know?
The one guy who is still with the team that drafted him, he probably started out in the worst
Yeah,
situation
had
because
to-
you
he
put
had to
Urban
deal
Meyer, like so. You know,
Yeah,
what I mean?
he had
So
to deal with the weirdest rookie season, you know, and
Right.
managed to make it through that. Yeah.
The pick is in before they announce it. We are at pick 14, and we still don't have a defensive player taking off the board.
That's crazy, man.
That's that. I mean, I don't. We got to talk about Carl about getting a researcher. We need somebody to do some research. You know what I mean? When was the last time we went 14? We went this deep into the draft and didn't have a defensive player selected. You know what I mean?
Now, what I will say about that, it does bode well for me sitting at 21. Cause
Right,
you know,
because y'all need some help. Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all got some injuries. Yeah,
I
need
for
some
sure
guys.
am looking at that defensive line. So
Y'all might be
it's a
able to get one of those
defensive
pass
tackle or
rushers.
an edge rusher, it's looking pretty good right now. So I like the way
I
things
got
are
to
setting
replace.
up for the
I
Dolphins
got to
right
replace Wilkes too. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Like
In
I'm saying,
terms of
for me personally, I mean, 21 is still a little bit away, but you know, if Turner ends up there, if Verse ends up there, you could stay right in state, you know, the kid from UCLA, you know, or so I'm really excited. We still got Byron Murphy from Texas as well, the defensive tackle. I know that's somebody that they've talked about a lot in Miami as well too. So I'm excited to see how the board is shaping.
Before this pick is announced for the Saints, let's talk about the Saints a little bit. This is a team who has I would say, in an offensive line rich draft. They need to take advantage of it. I mean, they could use some help at those tackle positions. They lost Armstead to you guys last year. The guy they drafted a year or two ago, he hasn't necessarily panned out. Their right tackle, Rusick or whatever his name is. He's been a steady guy, but I think he's coming off an injury, so you don't know. Ryan Rusick, that's his name. You don't know what he'll be able to give you. So this is a team that probably really needs to address that offensive line. You know, Derek Carr. You know, he's a roller coaster. And boom, there we go. The pick is in. They pick it off the offensive tackle, Fuaga, out of Oregon State. What do you think about this pick right here, Rick?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like you mentioned, they haven't looked the same the past couple of years as their offensive line has been in flux. This is a team where offensively they were able to do a lot of really creative things behind the line of scrimmage that translated into even better things beyond, you know? This isn't a team that's always thrown the ball downfield ridiculously. You know, a lot of the dip and dunk stuff that they do underneath is what allows them to get loose. You know, specifically using a guy like Alvin Kamara in the passing game and whatnot. You know, but that's built on being able to slide the line and build those pockets to be able to get people in space, and they haven't been able to do that over the past couple of years, and the offense has really struggled regardless of who has been back there at quarterback. So it makes sense to be able to try to get back to a level where you can still capitalize on all the things that Alvin Kamara could do while he's still got some legs left.
And I like this pick because Fuaga he's what I like to. He's a versatile guy. You know what I mean? He can play some tackle. You know what I mean? He can play some interior. That might be his best fit because he's nasty. You know what I mean? He's one of those, the big uglies that's nasty. You know what I mean? He's a roll grader. He is what you call a finisher. You know what I mean? He gonna finish the block. You know what I mean? So a guard, he might be a guy that could end up at guard. You know what I mean? He can play some tackle, but I think this is a great pick. He's a versatile player. You know what I mean? He fits a need. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I think this is something that, like you said, could help the Saints get back to what made them good. You know what I mean? Help fix that offense. The culture on the clock now. The Colts,
I feel like this is a wild card pick.
right? We don't know. You don't know where they could go. You really
No
don't.
idea where they'd go with this.
I mean,
to
they
be
got their
honest.
quarterback and Anthony Richard, who's shown flashes. The kid's got to learn to protect himself. Jesus, he's got to learn
Yes.
to protect himself.
And this is one of those situations where the quarterback gets hurt, and it's not, oh man, and the offensive line sucks.
Right.
So you can't even say, oh yeah, they've got to improve the line to protect him. They've got a quality line in play already.
Right. I mean, it could never hurt to bolster the line. You know what I mean? But
True.
And Anthony Richardson has definitely got to learn to protect himself. Like you said, this is a wild card of where this team could go. Because, like you said, again, pick 15, not one defensive player taken so far. You have they could bolster that offensive line. Quentin Nelson's at that left guard position. Maybe bolster that right side a little bit.
I'd say maybe. I was gonna say potentially running back, though it looks like they've cleaned up everything there. If not there, maybe DB. Like,
Maybe
I'm not too
defensive
sure
back.
that they're too rock solid in the defensive back position. So that could be somewhere they go.
I mean, you gave JT the contract, so I don't think you go running back in the first round.
Yeah.
I don't think you do that.
And nobody's worth it really too.
Right, yeah,
This
this-
is
there's
another
no-
this is another
this is-
trade
this isn't a
position
first
too, right? If
round.
there's another, I was
This
gonna say, if
isn't a
another
first
team
round.
wanted to jump up, you could still potentially look at a receiver. I mean, you've got Michael Pittman.
Right.
You've got man, what's the kid? I think it was his second year last year who's really improved.
I
forget his
I know who you're
name.
talking about. Yeah, I can't remember his name either.
Yeah.
I'm terrible.
So
with
I mean,
names.
I don't
We
know.
all
This
know
is a
that.
wild. This is a big time
Right.
wild card.
We
here,
really don't
where
know
they can do
where
a lot of
this
different
team
things.
could go.
Man,
I
they're crushing
mean,
them chips.
it could be. Let's see, an interior defensive line. Maybe they just extended DeForest Buckner. Gave him another 2 years. Help, like you said, defensive back could be somewhere they go. I think this is a team where you think about it. They're in a division where an interesting division. Houston, they're all in this season. You know what I mean? Off the great season that they had last year, they're all in. Tennessee is in kind of a rebuild mode. Jacksonville, I think, is at a bit of a crossroads. Like, we got to see where they go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we've seen flashes, but then we've seen them also fall
They
apart.
could be
So
they could be on the cusp of a blow up.
it's interesting. I don't know if they're blow up yet, but they are definitely at a crossroads. So this Colts team, they could be in the mix for that division. You know what I mean? They could be in the mix for the second spot in that division, second or third spot, depending on what we get from Jacksonville. The pick is in. Like I said, I'm very. This could have been a tradable spot. You know what I mean? But I don't think we're gonna see too many trades going forward because
Yeah, especially with all the QBs off the board. I think with all the
Right.
QBs and the top 3 receivers off the board, maybe somebody jumps up for an edge rusher the deeper we go without seeing a defender come off the board. But I
right,
agree. I
right.
don't
Maybe
think we
maybe
see
one of the
any more
guys
trade
in
spots.
that back third of the draft who say, "Oh, we weren't expecting these defenders to still be here at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
Let's go up and get one of them." You know what I mean? But it looks like they're gonna make this pick. Um, another. I mean, it could be another weapon for Anthony Richardson. Keep an eye out for the other wide receiver from LSU, the other 1,000-yard receiver out of LSU.
Yeah, true.
That could be the pick.
Damn, the
I need
Rams.
listen.
Rams got me nervous at 19.
Right. We were always talking. I mean, I mentioned it earlier that they could have been a spot for one of those quarterbacks. The Rams. They
That-
haven't made
I feel like that has the defensive tackle written all over it.
right.
At
You
19.
lose Aaron Donald to retirement. You know what I mean? One of the greatest defensive players we've ever seen. And you know what's funny? This is the first time the Rams have made a first round pick in since 2016.
That's
So
right.
who knows what they're gonna do?
Yeah.
They in new territory. They we ain't never been here before. We don't know what it's like to get a first round pick. Let's see where we go. But let's get to these Colts, man. Let's see what this selection is. I think it's an offensive player. I think it's offensive side of the ball. I'm gonna go. I mean, listen, that ain't saying much. The first 14 picks have been offensive side, so
Facts.
it can still be an offense. That ain't saying much. Let's see. The pick. Who we got? Oh, and we got the edge rusher out of UCLA. Lot 2.
There you go.
I'm again not even gonna
First
butcher
one
that
off the
man's
board.
name.
Here comes the run now.
So with
Here
him,
comes the run now.
right. With him, the story with him is that a lot of people believe he's the most talented pass rusher in the draft, but he has a big injury history. He was, I believe, medically retired by Washington, and then eventually got to UCLA. So there is some injury history with this kid. I think bringing him in, this is a good move for the Colts. Bolster that pass rush. Pair him up there with DeForest Buckner, Quinny Pay, who they drafted a few years ago, and just get after. Listen, Houston, like we said, Houston went all in. They ready to go out here and put points on the board. They ready to go out here and run up and down the field. So what do? You go out here, you get some pass rushers, guys that can get to the
down.
quarterback, man. What do you think about this pick, Rick?
Yeah, no, like you said, that's if you're looking at what everybody else in the division is doing. Obviously, your eyes are locked and focused on Houston. So you got to figure out a way to get to that QB over there, slow that offense down a little bit. So you got to be able to give them fits up front. This is a team who we know is already really, really good up front. The defensive line and linebacker positions are very stout. So to be able to add to that now with, one of the premier pass rushers in the draft, this, and like we said, they were in a situation not so much where they have everything and don't need anything, but there wasn't that one really glaring need. So they had the
Right.
flexibility to be able to say, okay, what's going to put us in the best position to be improved going into this season. So, you can't beat, taking who you obviously feel is the best defensive player in the draft, since he's the first defensive player drafted.
I mean, we
Goes
got
back to what you
Seattle-
said before, man. Like, if you like your guy, you like your guy. If he's there at your pick, take your guy.
Right. We got Seattle on the clock now. Now that we have a defensive player, it only took almost half the first round to get one. I could see, we got a new head coach in Seattle, the defensive coordinator from Baltimore. I could see this being a defensive pick. I could see it. Get that defensive. From what I hear, he's coming to Seattle and he's he's kind of completely tore it down. You know, what I mean, he got rid of all the glory day pictures of the Legion of Boom. You know
Damn.
what I mean? Like he wants to come in there and set his tone. You know what I mean? And he doesn't want the guys in there living off the past. You know what I mean? He's like, listen,
Yeah,
this
no
this
shadows.
this ain't that. That was that time. This is a new era. So I could see him going in there trying to get that, build that defensive back up, build that defense back up. Like he had in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Potentially, I could see Dallas Turner, the pass rusher out of Alabama. Um, I did see some mock drafts where he had maybe a DB, a cornerback, which I would find interesting because you went that route last year and it was a success with the kid that you drafted last year. He was defensive rookie of the year candidate. Um, Woodland, what is it, Woodland or Wooden, the cornerback that they drafted, I think 2 years ago or so. He's had an up and down, career. So this is kind of a fresh slate for him with a new coaching staff. So I mean, I don't know if you go cornerback, but I could see them definitely going pass rusher or maybe interior defensive line. You know what I mean? Just kind of bolster that defense back to the
Yeah,
days of,
I was leaning
being led by
closer.
the defense. Take
Yeah,
some
I
of
was
that
leaning
pressure
closer to
off
the
Geno Smith.
interior. I was leaning closer to the interior defensive line as well, thinking
Hmm.
but potentially Murphy there. But yeah, like you said, I wouldn't be shocked at seeing someone like Turner go off the board too. But I totally agree that there is a sense of a culture shift there for sure, and the offense is steady. Right? They don't need to make any massive shifts to the offense. They've got enough on the offense to be productive. So it would make sense to start looking at the other side of the ball there. That has been kind of lacking over the past four year steady decline of the team and whatnot. So, getting that new fresh attitude, that new energy up front specifically would be because that's where, obviously everybody remembers Sherm and whatnot on the back end, but them guys up front were the dudes that was doing all the heavy lifting. So it would make sense to kind of start rebuilding from that part as well.
Well, shout out to NFL Network for doing the research for us. The last time a draft went this deep without a defensive player being selected was 2021. They went 7 picks. We went 14. You know
That's
what I mean?
wild.
Before a defensive player was picked. So shout out. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it's truly an
I'm
offensive
a
league out here.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I need to grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Right, go ahead. As soon as you come back, we're gonna have to rotate this out.
Tag out.
Right,
I'm
right,
back.
right. Man, you here with the sports hit list, man. We're here covering the first round of the draft, man. Just to give kind of a recap, we've had 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks, which is probably unheard of. You know what I mean? We all knew that Caleb Williams was going to be the first pick of the draft to the Chicago Bears. They also picked wide receiver out of Washington on Dunze to pair him up with. The Washington Commanders took Jaden Daniels at the number 2 overall pick. The Patriots took Drake May. Arizona took Marvin Harrison Jr. The Los Angeles Chargers, they took Joe Alt out of Notre Dame, left tackle to help, solidify that offensive line for Justin Herbert. Um, where did we go after the draft? The Giants went Malik Neighbors at the wide receiver position. Somebody to help Daniel Jones because Daniel Jones. It may be Daniel Jones. It may be Drew Lock. Who knows what's gonna go on with the Giants situation, man? Don't nobody know, to be honest with the Giants. I mean, I just don't believe it's Daniel Jones, but we'll save that for another day. Um, After that, Tennessee, they went J.C. Latham, the offensive tackle out of Alabama. The big shocker in the draft so far, I mean, it's got to be Atlanta. I mean, taking Michael Penix Jr. Out of Washington. and a very interesting move because like we've mentioned, you brought in Kirk Cousins at the beginning of the offseason. You paid him a decent amount of money. So now you bring in Michael Penix Jr., I guess as a developmental quarterback. And I kind of like I've mentioned, I kind of like that situation. Everybody know if you in the sports Hitler street, you already know how I feel about Kirk Cousins. He ain't the future. You know what I mean? He'll win you some games, but he ain't gonna win the game. Um, After that, like we already mentioned, Chicago went Roma Duzier. The Jets and the Vikings made a quick trade, to move one spot so the Vikings could select Michigan's J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan to, pair him up with Justin Jefferson and, hopefully be their franchise quarterback for Kevin O'Connell, who can hopefully get him coached up. The Jets solidify that offensive line. Oregon, they picked their quarterback in Bo Nix not Oregon, Denver picked what they believe to hopefully be their franchise quarterback in Bo Nix out of Oregon. Um, the Raiders selected Brock Bowers from Georgia. Saints solidify that offensive line, and then at 15, we just got the Colts. The Colts who picked the first defensive player off the board. The pass rusher out of UCLA, Latu. Seattle pick is in. We are waiting for that pick to come up. I believe that it's going to be somewhere on that defense. Like you said, we got the first defensive player going off the board at pick 15. I don't see a reason why not the Seattle Seahawks go defense. Solidify it. You brought in a head coach, the defense coordinator from Baltimore. We all know what Baltimore is built on. Baltimore is built on the defense. You know what I mean? That is what that franchise is known for. At any point that you go into Baltimore, if anything, they're going to have a solid defense. So I don't see why the Seattle Seahawks new head coach, who's a defensive coordinator, defensive-minded coach, probably goes along that route if they see the value in potentially a pass rusher. If not, I think if they go offense, I think it'll be an offensive lineman because hopefully solidify that offensive line. Then you solidify the run game, help protect Geno Smith, who's kind of had an up and down 2 seasons. So let's see what Roger Goodell's got to give us, man. I think my money's on defense, though. I think the run starts. What we got? Come on, Raj, just spit it out. Raj be taking too long to spit out these picks, man. Like, I don't know what's going on, man. Spit it out, bro. We ain't trying to be here all night. You know what I mean? Oh, Brian Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas, man. Now, Brian. First of all, Brian was sitting there sweating, man. But Brian Murphy out of Texas, man, very explosive player, man. Very explosive defensive tackle, man. If you sit there and look at his play, he's what you like to call a penetrator, a 3 technique penetrator. He likes to get up the field. He's pretty good at taking on double teams as well. He has a nice little technique that I've seen take on double teams, but he's a very explosive player. He's a guy that's going to get after the quarterback. I can see him giving a lot of offensive linemen trouble in terms of the bigger offensive linemen because of his quickness, because of his explosiveness. He's a guy that he likes to. When I like defensive tackles, guys who play on the other side of the line of scrimmage, guys who reset the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean? That's what you want when you get defensive tackles, because you want those offensive linemen to be on the retreat in some ways. You know what I mean? So I think this is a good pick for Seattle. Like we said, they kind of need to get that defense revamped right here, and I think Brian Murphy is one of those guys who can who can come in and be a day one contributor to that defense. We have a trade. We just sat here and said that I didn't think there would be too many trades on the backside of this, but oh well, Minnesota, they moving up in the draft to the number 17 pick. Rick, welcome back. Seattle, they win defense. I think the run on the defensive players is starting, Rick. They went Sorry to tell you, they took your boy Brian Murphy,
Yep.
Murphy, out of Texas. So I don't think you're not gonna get him down there in Miami, man. Sorry to see it.
Yeah,
We got a
for my
trade
money,
between.
I was gonna say for my money, that was the top DT in the
Yeah,
draft, in my
yeah.
opinion. So as things were sliding, that's who I had my eye on, hoping and praying that he could have made it down to 21. But definitely a great pick for Seattle.
This is a nice little draft, a nice little trade that Jacksonville managed. I mean, the Vikings get the 17th overall pick. Jacksonville gets the 23rd overall pick, a fifth round pick this year, and two picks next year. That's a pretty good haul right there to move up, a couple spots. You know what I mean? I think it was what 6 spots or so because I think Minnesota might have been at. I can't remember what they were at, but that's a good little pickup right there to get that. I mean, if the draft board hasn't
Wow.
necessarily
Okay.
fallen the way you want it, you can still get your guy. If you're Jacksonville. So I mean, let's see what Minnesota does. I mean, I think the
Oh,
defensive
you
run
didn't
is
get the pick
here.
yet?
The pick is in. It's coming in. I think the defensive run is here.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota goes defense. Maybe replace Daniel Hunter at the pass rush. Who they lost, and there we go. Dallas Turner, pass rusher out of Alabama. Man, a lot of people believe he was one of the top defensive players on the board. He goes to Minnesota, where him and J.J. McCarthy are going to hopefully be the guys to be expected to help turn this franchise around. What do you think about that, Rick?
So this shows me that this was their guy, right? I think this kind of tells us that this is the guy that they identified as, hey, in that 11th spot, this is who we want to get. But also identifying that in that 11th spot, if a certain QB is still there, that's who they would need to get, right? Because it's a QB and that would trump that. That's what these moves kind of tell me,
Right.
because I would imagine that in a perfect world, they would have made this pick at 11. They would have ran to the stage to make this pick at 11, but knowing they do need a QB, that's where that came in. So, how much does it cost? That's one of the things we want to look at moving forward. You end up getting two of your guys, that's cool, but it did cost you because you had to make trades in both situations, right? But at the end of the day, it kind of goes back to what we said before. We went back and did the comp with the Texans last year, seeing how quickly you are able to turn things around if you hit on on two of the more important positions, right? It's either you're getting a QB and you're also getting someone to protect that QB, someone for that QB to throw to, or someone to chase down the opposing QB. Those are the
Right.
four things you almost always want to accomplish at the top of any type of player acquisition when it comes to the NFL. So this is another situation where somebody was able to get two of those things done at the top half of the draft with premier talent. So now, I think if you flip the pick, if they ended up getting him first and then get JJ, we're looking at the picks a lot different. Saying, "Oh man, that's great. You were able to get Turner all the way down at 11, and then you were able to come back around and still get your quarterback, all the way back down there." So it would have made sense. But because they're rotated, JJ going a little bit earlier, and then you're getting that crazy drop from Turner too, it looks a little bit more weighted, especially when you start adding in whatever it was they had to give up to Jacksonville plus to the Jets to make it happen. But at the end of the day, you got two guys that were probably at the very top of your board. That's a success. Now they just got to go out there and make sure they live up to it.
See, I'm okay with whatever place they put them because I don't think JJ would have been there at this pick. You know what I mean? So you took him where you had to take him. You got Dallas Turner. You got two of the top prospects in the draft, man. So whatever you had to do to go get him, if like we've said, if that's your guy, go get him. You know what I mean? If you believe he's gonna be a franchise cornerstone player, go get him. I don't care what you really have to give up. You know what I mean? So You got a pass rusher, you got a quarterback. All right, let's go to work, man. While Cincy's on the board, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'm gonna let you take it over, Rick. I'll be back in a minute with you.
Yeah, yeah, bet I got you. All right. So I know Travis gave y'all the rundown already, so we don't have to do another recap. Let's take a look at what's left on the board right now. So we see we're currently in a defensive run. I think that's is that two in a row now, or are we already up to three in a row defensive? So three in a row. We've seen three defensive linemen go back to back off the board. Cincinnati's coming up. Again, this is another one of these teams that's in a pretty curious spot. Ideally, you're still thinking, they've got some work to do on the offensive line and whatnot. But, their defense could use some help as well, too, right? So, going to be interesting to see if they continue the run on defense that we've been on right now and make it four in a row, or if they go up and see if they could add another piece to that offensive line to make sure that they can for years to come. Looking at what's left on the board, we still got Jared Verse out of Florida State, who's still on the board. Chop Robinson out of Penn State as well, two both edge rushers. I'm hoping as a Florida State guy, I'm hoping Verse could potentially end up down there at 21 for us. As much as I did prefer that we chase down a defensive tackle at this point, I would prefer to get the that edge rush help as well. So really interested to see what comes out of here. I know we still got Troy Fatanu out of Washington on the board still. That could be someplace that we see Cincinnati go to bolster their offensive line. So a lot of really good talent out there again, specifically on the defensive end, considering that we now know that we've only just now started tapping in to the defensive side of the ball. So any team that has been kind of sitting back and waiting and wondering what the prospects were going to look like from a defensive standpoint are probably starting to sweat a little bit now as this run continues. So I would imagine if Cincinnati keeps it going, we might potentially see some more trades where, some people, if you think about it, so far all the players that have coming off the board already are all on the front end on the defensive line. So anybody who's eyeing a defensive back that they think is really their guy, maybe that's a team that might jump up now and look to trade. Cincinnati's pick is in, so we'll wait and see what that looks like. Because if they don't go defense here, my money would definitely be on the Rams to come up right behind them and potentially get us back on track with the defense. But we'll see. We'll see what Cincinnati does here.
Since they ain't make the pick yet, come on now, they moving too
Not
slow
yet.
with
Not
this.
yet.
I think after the first 15 or so picks, we need to cut some of this time off. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah. They don't need the full clock after that.
or maybe the teams at the beginning don't need all this time. Like, if you're the first pick, you don't need all this time. I'm
True.
sorry. Like,
Yeah.
you've been on the clock since November, probably. You know what I mean? At worst case, December. You don't need all this time. In terms of Cincinnati, man, Cincinnati, they've had a couple trade requests come in the past couple days. So, what I mean, on the offensive and defensive side. So who knows what they might do. I think the key here is maybe maybe interior defensive line. Ooh, tackle. Okay, okay, okay. Uh,
Huh?
he went tackle. Mims out of Georgia.
Out of Georgia, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big body. That's a big boy. 6'7", 340.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, you got to protect the franchise. Joe Burrow has struggled with injuries, throughout his career so far. So you got to protect the franchise. Plug him in at right tackle. You already picked all. If you think about it, plug him in at right tackle. You got Orlando Brown at the left tackle. You probably got two of the bigger bookend tackles in the NFL. Um, so yeah, I mean, I get
That
it.
is a
Protect
big boy.
protect the
Yeah.
franchise, man. That's what it is. You keep Joe Burrow upright. We seen what happens when he's upright. You get the Super Bowls. You know what I mean? You get in the playoffs. You make runs. What do you think about this pick, Rick?
I mean, the theme of the draft so far is trench work.
Offense.
I mean, that's it. It's offense for sure. Obviously, right? Offense for sure. But when we get away from the glitz and glamour of your quarterback and your receiver, it's all trench work. Like,
Right.
so this is where we're playing the game now. The game is being played in the trenches and it affects everything else. These young quarterbacks are more mobile, they're more athletic, they're quicker, they're making snap decisions, making goofy, crazy throws. They're doing a lot of different things that, we have to have offensive linemen in place that can be able to protect them at so many different levels and at so many different aspects of the game, different areas of the field and whatnot. It's not as simple as building your perfect little pocket and staying right there anymore. So the more
Right.
athletic these big dudes are, because he's got quick feet, as big as he is,
Yeah.
he's got some quick feet. So these are the types of dudes that we're gonna continue to see, man. It's the glitz and glamour of the QB and the receiver. After that, it's the trench work. Can you protect him? And on the flip side, can you get to the opposing one?
Right. That's what it's been. It's been the theme is you either need a quarterback or you need somebody to catch for your quarterback or you need somebody to block for your quarterback. Quick NBA update, man. Knicks took a L in Philly, man. Looks like it's gonna end. It's about .7 sec. It's about a second left. Knicks is down 114 to 125. So it looks like they're gonna take this L in Philly. That's gonna turn into a series, I think, man. I mean, listen, me and the Knicks, I be trying to believe, but it'd be hurting too much. So I can't get too invested with the Knicks. But yeah, it look like they taking that L, man. Right now we got the Rams on the clock. Back to the NFL draft real fast. Like I mentioned earlier, the Rams ain't had a first round pick since 2019. So they're in they're in unfamiliar territory. This is a team that is
The irony
drafted
of
well.
it being Jared Goff.
Right, right. He's not even there anymore. This is the team, but even though they haven't had a first round pick in a while, they've drafted well. What I mean, if we look at some of the picks, Puka Nakua,
Gems. Yes.
in the later rounds, running back situation, Williams. You know what I mean? This is a team that has drafted well, so they haven't necessarily needed, those first round picks. But
Nice
here
look with
you
the draft
are.
party on the beach, by the way. Way to go, LA.
Right. It's
Way to
so
go.
LA. So Rams. You know what I mean? I'm here for it though. But this is a team where they're finally in a position to get some, premium prospects. You know what I mean? And their organization. I think this could go a lot of ways, this team. Because I thought they would be a landing spot for one of those quarterbacks, maybe Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. if they lasted this long in the draft, but they didn't. So I mean, I could see this team. I could see this going defensively. You lose, there is no replacing Aaron Donald. Okay, so don't expect to sit here and draft the next Aaron Donald. You know what I mean, this year you can't just replace a future Hall of Famer. Probably one of top 3, top 5 defensive players of all time. So you can't just replace that off the, you know what I mean? But I do expect this to be a defensive pick, help bolster up that defense a little bit. No worries. Maybe somebody in the secondary. We still got some of those DBs out there. We haven't had a DB come off the board yet. Um, maybe a lot. I think this is a defensive pick, man. I mean, we're on a tiny bit of a run in defensive players. I think this pick is gonna be a defensive player, man. What do you think, Rick?
Yeah, I agree there. I just don't feel like offensively what is currently out there helps them. It doesn't move the needle as much, right? The glaring need is obviously going to be on the defensive line, specifically in the interior, as you try to supplement all of that productivity that you're now going to be losing. So it would make sense to go that route because this is still a team that is in a win now mode as constituted specifically on offense, especially since they've been able to hit on some of those later round picks, like you mentioned. So you got to get who's going to be the most valuable on the field this coming season.
Somebody that can come in and contribute right away. Oh,
There
and
you
we
go.
got
Jam.
the edge guy out of Florida
Damn it.
State, man. Florida State. There we go, man.
State.
Yeah, get some of those get a pass rusher in there. You lose Aaron Donald, to retirement. So what do? You go out, and you start. Like you said, you're never gonna just replace his production. So what do? You get a bunch of guys that can hopefully, contribute and,
pretty much.
as a unit, replace his production. You know what I mean? So this is the start of that. You know what I mean? So like you said, you get after the quarterback. So I mean, he's a very explosive player. We've seen some comps to Will Anderson from last year. Which I can see that comparison. You know what I mean? Especially from a size standpoint. Speed and capability. He's a very explosive player, quick twitch kind of guy. He likes to get, like I said, play on the other side of that line of scrimmage, and that's what I like when I see defensive linemen, guys that play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. You know what I mean? Reset that line of scrimmage. You know what I mean? Put those offensive linemen on their heels, and you get after it, man. And that's what I like to see. What do you think about this pick, Rick?
Yeah, great pick. I mean, you already know that's somebody that's another one of the guys I had my eye on as far as the Dolphins were concerned. So definitely hate seeing there. So my three top choices now have gone off the board in the past 4 picks here, with us only 2 picks away. So, close. These dudes started dropping, and I was looking at there could be a potential for us to land one of those 3 studs, but definitely a great pickup. I think he's gonna be he's gonna fit into that rotation very well, and help them out almost immediately. So.
I mean, listen, Miami, y'all still a pick or so away, but I mean, yeah, some of those guys are off the board. Y'all might have to go defensive back route. You know what I mean? We'll see.
Yeah.
But
And
we
I'll
got
tell you what, I was gonna say this. Me personally, now obviously I am a Florida State guy, so you can say it's because I'm a fan, or I could say it's because I watched all of the games. I actually preferred Verse over Turner personally. So I definitely give them a lot of props here on this pick, because I think the value is a little bit better, having what I think is the better edge rusher a few picks behind Turner.
we got the Steelers on the clock now, man. Steelers have already had somewhat of an interesting offseason. You ship out
Maybe they dropped QB.
Pickett, who was the first round pick, 2 years ago or so? 2-3 years ago? No. First, we got to start from the beginning. Sorry, before you brought in Russell Wilson, which caused Pickett to want to get up out of there. You know what I mean? We don't really Russell Wilson. He's had a rough couple seasons. You know what I mean? His career was off to the great start in Seattle. Then he was traded to Denver, and he's had a couple down seasons there. So he was let go by Denver. So he ends up in Pittsburgh. Which I think, if anybody's gonna get the best out of what is left for Russell Wilson, it's going to be Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's the type of guy he gets the best out of his players. You know what I mean? He knows how to adapt to different type of players. You know what I mean? He's not a one size fits all kind of guy. You know what I mean? He's not like Sean Payton where it's his way or the highway. You know what I mean? Mike
At
Tomlin.
least for 9 games, right?
Right, right. You know, he good for at minimum 9 games, man. Shout out to Ray. Listen, they never had a losing season. You know what I mean? Um, so we gotta. So they bring him in. They ship out Kenny Pickett, who wasn't with it, and then they go ahead and trade for Justin Fields, to back up Russell Wilson. I guess maybe Justin Fields steals that spot later on. Who knows? What do you think about what do the Steelers need right now to help, what we believe will be Russell Wilson at that quarterback position succeed? What do you think they need to go right now?
That's a very good question. I feel like the Steelers are one of those teams that need a whole lot, but when you look at them on paper, it doesn't necessarily scream that they need a whole lot, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Because you could look at the receivers and say they've got some talent there, but they could use a receiver. You could look at the running back position and say, oh, they definitely got talent there. They just drafted a guy, but they could use an upgrade if there was one available. Quarterback we're not gonna touch because again that'd be the craziest thing to do right now is to sign Russ, trade for Fields, and then somehow go out here and draft Jordan Travis or something like that. So we
especially
know
when
that's
all the,
not gonna happen.
all the top guys are gone. So yeah, no need to
Exactly.
go that route. Yeah.
So again, we go back to the trenches on the defensive side. Do you want to bolster up that front end, as you've unfortunately seen T.J. Watt deal with some injuries here and there, and think, hey, this is the best. This could potentially be the best defender in the league. But if he's not on the field, we need somebody to kind of supplement. But I think the defensive, I mean, we keep calling it, right? Nobody's going after any of these defensive backs. Maybe we don't have guys that are like top 10 guys jumping off the page necessarily, but there's some quality prospects here, and we haven't seen any of them go off the board yet. And this is one of those teams where I feel like based off the culture, based off of the things they like to do on defense, if they could go out here and get potentially a star defensive defensive weapon on the backside to come in here and help bolster his defense, it might be a good look for them.
I think they go offensive line. I think the Steelers have been slowly rebuilding this offensive line. So if you want to not only protect Russell Wilson, but get back to what you do best, which is running the football, go out here and solidify this offensive line. I mean, there are some guys out there that you could get still and help bolster that. Um, they also could go DB, so we'll see about that. Give me the pick is in. I'm gonna let you handle that real fast while I step away for a minute.
Got you. All right, all right. Shout out Cam Hayward of the Pittsburgh Steelers, winner of the Walter Payton Man of the Year award for 2023. Getting ready to announce the Steelers pick. Let's see who they go with. If I had to guess, I think we see the first DB go off the board. Let's see what we got. No, offensive line again. So shout out Travis with the right call there. Like he mentioned, trying to get back to what they great seeing there. Always like seeing dudes get emotional when they get drafted, realizing they dream. Good luck, young man. Yeah. So like Travis mentioned, trying to get back to what they were doing when things were working. Right, running the ball. Pittsburgh has always been known as a hard nosed running defense first type of team, and then let the passing game develop off the heels of that. So even when they've done even when they've looked their best with guys like Ben Roethlisberger and Antonio Brown and whatnot, the running game was always a key element. So we've seen that diminish over the past couple of years as that line has gotten more and more in flux. So, to be able to have a guy like Harris in the backfield who, we've seen what he can do as a rookie. And then as that line started to deteriorate, his productivity did as well. So to put themselves in a position to rebuild that line and get him back to where he can be at his best, that helps elevate the offense automatically. And then now puts whichever quarterback is going to be back there, whether it's Russell Wilson, um, whether it's also Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, whichever QB is back there, it's going to make their job a lot easier. So definitely a good pick. Shout out to Washington. That's a hell of a crowning achievement on what was a really, really awesome season this past year.
See, they went with the offensive line.
Yep, yep. All right,
There we go.
Dolphins
Yeah,
on deck.
the kid out of Washington, quality player right there.
Yeah,
Has a little position
they're a good
versatility.
player.
You can depend on where you wanna where you wanna put him at. Um, Sounds like Miami pick is in, but they just went to a commercial break. So I mean, Miami, that's all you, Rick. I'm gonna let you have that. What do you think the Dolphins? And you've mentioned it. Where do you think they go right now, man? I'm gonna let you have all that. Rick, I think you're on mute, man.
Damn, I've been going in too. Yeah.
I
So
was looking, I was like, why I ain't hearing nothing? I think you, yeah, you good.
yeah, so let's go back since nobody heard all the quality things I had to say. Yeah, so like I mentioned, the three top players that I was eyeing obviously are all off the board. So now this could be a position where we do see a DB come off the board. We've got the DB out of Alabama. We got the dude out of Toledo, who's obviously a Robinson from Penn State is still out there if we want to go edge. There's been a whole lot of talk, and as crazy as it sounds, there's been a whole lot of talk with us going with, for another receiver. So I wouldn't put it past McDaniels and this squad to do such crazy things. Who knows if it actually happens or not? So, we're gonna see what happens. I'm excited. If I know we love us. I think it's Worthy is the kid that runs like a 4-1 out of Texas. There'd be no way that it'd be crazy to take him this high up, but everybody's already saying, this is somebody who they think is going to end up in Miami. So we'll see. But me personally, I think it should be a DB or an edge. Um, I just think the value is better at edge right now than it is at the defensive tackle. Although I would prefer to have a defensive tackle, I think the value is definitely better at the edge rushers. So we'll see what happens. Defensive side for sure. I think we're okay with going with somebody on defense that's going to be able to contribute almost immediately. Now, the other side of the coin too is the fact that we talked about the whole issue with Fangio and him not necessarily putting guys in the right place to succeed. So we got a guy like Cam Smith that we drafted last year who couldn't see the field. You know, if they feel like he may be ready to step in for a full-time role and be productive, maybe we don't need to go for a DB right now. So it really depends on what they're thinking in that building as they start to reshift and refocus that defense behind a new coordinator. Obviously tough season, so it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, see Mitchell out of Toledo. That's kind of who I was thinking about. I forgot about DeJean too. I completely forgot about Cooper, the great white hope at DB.
Yeah, that great white hope got me going.
With Worthy though, if Worthy comes off the board, yeah, I would not be surprised at all.
Listen, if y'all take Worthy off the board, stop. Stop. Y'all no longer a football team. Y'all a 4x1 track team.
Just a track team. Yeah, we
Y'all need to go to Paris.
Olympics.
Yeah,
Yep.
ain't no training camp. Y'all just need to go to Paris and stop playing around.
Yep.
Like cut it out. Like, I think you mentioned the kid out of Penn State, Chop, the pass rusher. I think he would be a good pick. Here for you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. That's who I would probably lean towards because I think the value is definitely better there.
Yeah, because you got Chubb who's coming off an injury. What's the other? What's the guy on the other side? He's coming off of injuries. Yep, Chop Robinson. There we go. Definitely because
Yeah,
you
that was
guys are
that was
gonna
the
have
best.
two.
That was the best value.
You guys are gonna have two guys, your two main pass rushers from last year coming off injury. So you lost Christian
Yeah,
Wilkins and free agency. So yeah, I need somebody to get after the quarterback, man. So
yeah.
I think this was a good pick for you guys, right? Given where you are in
And
the
that's where
draft, given what
and
was
of
up on the board.
all the injuries that we suffered, the the edge is where it hurt us the most because we were able
Yeah.
to throw some band-aids in the defensive backfield and get by. We were able to throw some band-aids at the linebackers and get by. But as soon as we lost two, all we had to do was lose two of them edges, and it was over with. So
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely because, like we said, we've seen the theme. You are either need a quarterback, you need to protect your quarterback, you need somebody to catch for your quarterback, or you need somebody to get after a quarterback. And
or you need
Miami
to get
definitely
after the
does.
quarterback.
They
Yeah,
definitely need
yeah.
somebody
And we
for that because we all know Miami's going to go out there and put up a lot of points. So when you put up a lot of points, you put the other team in position where they are chasing, in which they are trying to, make up points. So you need guys on defense who can get after the passer. I mean, you got Jalen Ramsey back there in the secondary. You let Xavier Howard go. So you guys, you're kind of revamping that front seven defense a little bit,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
until
It's almost a complete turnaround.
especially until Bradley Chubb comes back, Jalen Phillips comes back from injury. You know what I mean? So you're kind of revamping, especially that pass rush. Those front four, especially. So that not I don't think not only is this a good pick. I think this is kind of the start of that for you guys this draft because I don't think you guys dipped into that heavy in free agency, right?
No, we got a lot of I'd like to say we got a lot of those good BC guys, you know. We didn't go out and spend a whole lot of money on A guys, but the B, like in college terms, like we went in on them 3 and 4 star recruits, you know. So I'm excited with some of the guys we brought in to kind of rotate and fill in, but there's still a lot of work to be done, specifically on the front end. The front end we still got to go one more DB and I'll be happy, but we definitely could pull another 2 to 3 guys on the front seven to bolster up the depth a bit.
Definitely. Here we go with the Philadelphia Eagles, man. And one of the teams we talked about at the top of the draft who have had a hell of an offseason. You know, they've shelled out a lot of money. They locked up both their wide receivers. They locked up their left tackle. They brought in Saquon Barkley at the running back position. Uh, they brought back what's the kid's name that was there? Why can't I remember names? I'm so bad.
Gardner
Yep,
Johnson?
C.J. Garner Johnson. They brought him back, and we mentioned DB's one of the places they could take. Here they are with the pick of the pick of the litter in terms of DBs because we haven't seen a DB go off the board yet. So here they are with the ability to take any one of those DBs that they want. You know, traditionally this is a team that likes to be built through the interior, but I don't think the value is there at this pick right now. I think all those, those top guys are kind of gone at this point. So I think, man, listen, if fits a need,
Yeah.
go ahead and take the best DB you got on your board, man. Just do it. The pick is in, so I'll give it a minute and see what happens with that. Um, this is a team that they need to bounce back. They definitely suffered a
Yeah.
Super Bowl hangover. You know what I mean? It's a
Oh
very
yeah.
talented team. This is a team that we expect to compete for the Super Bowl. So this is definitely a bounce back season. You know, there might be some
What
jobs
a,
on the line, to be honest with you. Nick Sirianni, his job might be on the line this year, you know what I mean?
so here's a question though. So they obviously had Jason Kelsey retire. This is a team whose primary and most popular and well-known play requires them getting a push and leverage straight up the middle behind the center. Top center is still on the board, buddy out of Duke. You
Ooh,
you think that's a move they look at?
you could do that because a couple years ago they did draft a guy who they were hoping to be Jason Kelsey's replacement. I think he's playing one of the guard positions right now. So, I mean, if you want to keep him at the guard position and then you bring in a center, why not? I didn't think about that. I didn't think about taking one of the, and you know what it also does by taking one of the centers? That's somewhere Dallas could go too. So, Dallas, who's
That's
two
true.
pick behinds,
That's
go
a
out there
need,
and
yeah.
take the best center off the board. You know what I mean? So not only do you take it away from Dallas, but you strengthen your offensive line. You know what I mean? I like that pick. I like that one. I think that's a good route they could go about right there. And centers, according to a graph that was put out by ESPN, centers is one of the most hit positions in terms of first round in like the past 20 years or so. I think it has
Oh
like a
yeah.
92% success rate in terms of hit. But that graphic, I had some issues with that because they considered a hit if you signed a second contract with the team. So Daniel Jones is a hit? I wouldn't call it that. Take somebody like Greg Olson, who was traded to Carolina. You gonna tell me he was a miss because he didn't sign a second contract with the Bears? You know what I mean? So I had some issues with that
That's true.
stat that they put out right there. It was a little misleading, but you know what I mean? I think there's a little bit of truth in all numbers, and there's also a little bit of lies in all numbers. Um, the pick is in. Roger, what you got for us, man? What we got here? The Eagles are going to
I,
take.
I honestly think that center pick I was gonna say that I feel like that center pick might make sense simply because again the DB
I
we
like
haven't
that.
seen a DB go off the board yet, and they are fairly deep. There is some quality talent at the DB position, so the drop off in the centers is going to be way bigger than the DBs, where you could still get some quality later.
I like it. I like that idea. I didn't think about going for a center, but I really think that's a good place they could go. Because then you keep a little bit of continuity of that offensive line. You don't have to shift it around too much. You can just kind of hopefully plug and play at that position. And Roger taking a long time to read this pick. Like, come on, bro. Oh, looks like. Oh wait, wait. First of all, okay. It took him forever to read the pick, and then they shifted somebody else to read. They shifted Jordan Malata to read the pick. Come on now, Raj. Like, just spit it out, bro. Like, why are we doing this with the first round picks? I thought this was a second round pick. Up, they
There you
go
go.
DB, man.
DB, yep.
Quinion Mitchell out of Toledo, man. I
They
think
broke the seal.
that's a good pick.
Yeah,
Because if you think
definitely a
about
good
it,
pick.
the guys that they have there are getting a little long in the tooth. Uh, I'm really stuck on names today. What's their cornerback name? The guy from Detroit. Um, I know who I'm talking about.
Gardner again.
No,
CJ
not
again?
Gardner. No, the guy that they got a couple years ago. I can't remember his. So bad. But y'all know who I'm talking about. Their cornerback. He's up there in age at this point. The guy that got on the other side, I think Bradbury is the guy still on the other side. He's a little up there. So this is a guy you can get in, hopefully playing that slot position a little bit. If he doesn't play the slot, you can shift one of your other guys to the slot position. And you also, like you said, they brought in C.J. Garner-Johnson back. So this helps solidifies that defensive backfield. Hopefully, you know what I mean. They have a lot of young talent that they drafted over the past couple of years. That, especially those guys out of Georgia, who hasn't played much. Because there were guys in front of them, but those guys are gone now. So it's time for those young guys to step up. You know what I
Imagine
mean?
now, this is 2 years in a row that they kind of get somebody to drop to them. Like we may not necessarily think that that Mitchell dropped necessarily, but if you're looking at the position as a whole, to get all the way down to pick 22 to be able to have your pick of the litter at the entire DB position. And then last year, was it Carter that slipped down to them, that fell in their laps?
Kind of, yeah,
at the
because they
interior line?
somehow
So,
coming off a Super Bowl run still had a top 10 pick.
yeah,
So, yeah.
definitely got some really good quality later on in the first round, 2 years in a row. So
I mean, listen, this is a team like we said. We expect them to be in the run for this, in the run to make a Super Bowl run. Their division is looking like theirs to take because we haven't seen much from Dallas in terms of the offseason.
it's coming up soon.
Right, we'll see.
Jaguars pick is in, so Dallas is officially on the clock.
All right, Dallas. I mean, listen, all you Dallas fans that have been waiting for something to happen this offseason, it's coming. I mean, finally a quality player, you know what I mean? Jacksonville, I think Jacksonville.
Confirmed that Jerry Jones is awake.
Right. And, well, they in Texas. It ain't that late in Texas, in Dallas. We don't know where Jerry. Sometimes Jerry be on the yacht. We don't know where Jerry at
Yeah.
doing this pick.
with no cell service.
Right. He be on the yacht sometimes, you know what I mean? So you don't know where he at. In terms of, before we get to Dallas, Jacksonville, they're another team I think that could go DB. Look out for the kid from is it Alabama, Arnold. He could be somewhere they can go. They
Alabama,
can use
Arnold,
some help. Yeah, they could use some help at that cornerback position. So I mean, I could see we had a run on the defensive players that started with the interior front seven guys. We could have a little mini DB run now, especially with back to back. So I mean, we'll. I think DB is a route they could go. I mean they lost. I mean, they lost Calvin Ridley in wide receiver. So I mean, but they brought in Gabe Davis. But that's Gabe Davis. that wide receiver core is already a little, it's kind of a the sum of its parts kind of thing. Like there's no number one
Yeah.
guy. It's just kind of as a unit they're pretty good. You know what I mean? So DB might be somewhere they go about, man. What do you think?
I mean, going back to the receiver point that you made, like I thought last year getting, granted the value was good technically at the time. The value was good at the time on Calvin Ridley, but the value was tossed out once you didn't resign him and you had to pay more for him. you know so that was, you kind of not pay more, well, not pay more like price wise, I meant, as far as the pick essentially didn't mean nothing now that you didn't resign him. So it didn't make sense to me at the time simply because I thought coming off a season where you went out and gave Christian Kirk big wide receiver one money and he played like a wide receiver one, you didn't need to go get a receiver and kind of knock that thing out of whack, right? So you did, things kind of shifted a bit. The offense kind of struggled. We seen Evan Ingram pop up and do his thing, but it was a contract year. So do we ever see that Evan Ingram again, considering we had never seen that Evan Ingram before? So I wouldn't be surprised if now wide receiver is going to be a need position. If you feel like if you feel like your backfield is set, you feel like your quarterback position is set, offensive line is
Pretty
serviceable
good.
as is. You
Right.
can always use more offensive linemen, but they don't have a pressing need. So I would say having an actual weapon at receiver might make sense.
Ooh, and there it
There
go.
you go.
Brian Thomas,
There you go. Yeah.
the other wide receiver out of LSU.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's a crowded wide receiver room. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody might not make that team.
Yeah, I mean that's the
Um,
thing. I feel like it's a crowded wide receiver room, but sometimes there's just a lot of people in the room that and some don't need to be there. You know what I mean? So I
right,
think
like
that's a situation where they'll get into camp and they'll get it sorted. There's not a top guy in the room. That's one thing. No matter how many guys are in that room, none of them are a top guy. And let me not say that because again, Christian Kirk, I'll give him credit, the 1 year he got to be the number one guy as he was paid, he did his thing, and then the
right.
decisions that were made last year kind of kind of took away from his opportunities, right? So we'll see
Right,
what that
yeah,
looks like
I think
now.
it was kind of a toss up. Like it was kind of a tug of war. Like you traded
Right.
out for Calvin Ridley, he has the talent to be a number one guy.
Yeah.
So I think they were kind of like, ooh, what do we do here in this situation? But they also
And I think the biggest thing too, the logic didn't make sense because if that's the case, like I understand that you go out and you get Calvin Ridley for that matter, then you try to force feed him initially and take, there's a shift of the mindset back and Kirk starts being more consistent, and then the offseason comes and you don't even make the effort to keep Ridley to begin with. So the whole situation was handled very, very poorly, and again is one of those situations where we talk about losing a year of development. Technically was the number one receiver regression from a quarterback that's been steadily improving. So hopefully they can right the ship and get that offense back to where we had seen it steadily getting better for about 2 years straight now prior to last year.
right. I mean, the guys that they did have in that wide receiver, they ended the season with a lot of injuries on that offense. Trevor Lawrence caught some injuries.
Yep.
The wide receivers that they had caught some injuries. So I could see this, bolstering. This is kind of what. So yeah, okay. They're just reading off the off. Yeah, this is kind of what the Chargers did last year, like coming off that season with a bunch of wide receiver injuries. So what do? You go get you a wide receiver in the first round to hopefully boost that room up. So yeah, we're looking at a wide receiver core that actually looks pretty good. You got Brian Thomas coming in as the first round pick. You got Gabe Davis coming in as the new guy, and then you also got Christian Kirk. I mean, that's one thing that is a little worrisome about me, that you're going to be breaking in two new guys. You know what I mean? In terms of Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas. So we'll see what happens with there. But
And also those two guys are, let me not say that. I was gonna say those two guys are somewhat the same guy, but
I would
I
agree. You kind of took the words out of my mouth. They are kind of similar guys.
they're
in
similar.
terms of
Yeah, they are
explosive
similar enough
speed
where,
guys. Gabe Davis has shown to
Yeah.
be vastly inconsistent. So hopefully Brian
Mm-hmm.
Thomas can improve upon that. He can be a little bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Because if he is, then he takes that spot. Because Gabe Davis, he's shown that he's just
exactly.
not a
And then
consistent
Gabe could end up just being exactly what he was in Buffalo. Is that every so often home run hit? If and that's a good problem to have if
Right.
he's your number three that you say, hey, every 2 or 3 games he's gonna take one for 65 yards.
For fantasy purposes, not because I don't want Gabe Davis on my team now. Because the Gabe Davis roller coaster for fantasy purposes, that is a wild ride to be on, man. Like you just be like,
I rode that one for a season. That was not for me. I said,
right,
"Nah,
you
I'm
don't
good."
know what to do with him. It's like, I can't sit him because he gonna go off, but I don't know if he gonna go off. Like it's crazy. Dallas Cowboys. Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys all season so far.
Ray not in the chat anymore. I guess
I don't know. He
Ray
probably
left the
shut it
chat.
down a little bit. Hopefully he's still out there. But the Dallas Cowboys, man, they are. You got Dak Prescott, who's going into lame duck year. The final year of his contract. He's gonna count for like $60 million on the cap. So to not redo his deal is just kind of insanity. I think it really hamstrung their offseason because he's gonna be so much against the cap. You didn't have a
big
lot of
time.
money to go out there in the offseason to really spend some big dollars. And then you got to also think about you got CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parson waiting, to get they big check, which you have to pay them. I mean, this is it's kind of crazy to say. It's kind of the downside of drafting well.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? When
And
you
this has been the Dallas Cowboys' problem now, probably
Right.
about the past 10 years. They
Like-
have been drafting well, but you can't
Right.
keep everybody.
Exactly. It comes to a point where if you can, it's kind of crazy. Like you're being kind of punished for being good at one aspect. Like
Yep.
the Dallas Cowboys, for better or for worse, have been, like you said, one of the better drafting teams the past decade. So when that happens and guys become free agents, and they come to, it's time to pay them. But then the problem Dallas has, they wait too long. They wait to the last minute, in which the price continue. Oh wait, Dallas traded out of it. Huh? They said we don't want no
makes
parts
sense.
of it. Damn,
Makes
Dallas,
sense.
y'all not doing. Yo, Dallas is so wild. Y'all ain't do nothing in free agency.
That makes sense,
And
though.
now y'all not trying to take part in the draft. Like, come on now. Like, damn, do something.
At least they
Do-
consistent.
do
And
something.
they put Detroit in there.
Right.
So
'cause
what
Detroit,
does Detroit need to get over the hump?
Right. I think we discussed it a little bit earlier. Some help in that defensive backfield.
Yeah,
Kid out of
that's
Alabama.
probably it.
This could be a spot where he gets taken. Maybe some guys
Damn.
on that
That would
interior.
be bad to clip Sutton and upgrade with one of the top DBs in the class. That'd be dope.
Right. Maybe you get somebody on that interior defensive line. I mean, I think they're pretty good on the edge. They got Hutchinson.
Yeah, they're
they got a
definitely
few
good on
other
the
guys. But maybe on the interior of that defensive line, offensive line, they're already rocking. Running back, they're already good. Wide receiver, they're already good. Okay, you gained a 3rd round pick. Okay. All right. I like that. I like that for Dallas.
What
a
they
3rd
get?
round
What they
pick
get
is
back?
they swapped 1st round picks and they gave Detroit a 7th round pick and Dallas got a 3rd round pick in return. I mean, I like that. So the value of a 3rd round pick is obviously better than the value of a 7th round pick. So I mean,
That's not terrible.
right, in a draft where you really need to, come out with some players, yeah, getting premium, the higher talent level you can get, the better. You know what I mean? So And you know what? Like you said, you mentioned it earlier. Those centers, they're still on the board. You know
True,
what I mean? I
true
think
indeed.
that's a position that Dallas could address, help rebuild that offensive line to what it was a few years ago, to when they were really dominant in the run game. Those centers could still be there at pick what 29. Those centers could still be there in 5 picks. So I like this for Dallas. The trade seems to if the guy that they want is still there.
So
Uh, the tr-
something I noticed that we haven't talked on, and it's about that time we mentioned it. The Buffalo Bills didn't jump up and try to get one of these receivers.
Ooh, that is true. Where are they? They are
Still
3 picks
sitting way down
away.
at 28.
There is, I mean, there's still some guys on there that they could get.
Yeah.
You could get the kid out of Texas who's moved up some boards. I think he's more of
Worthy?
a I think he's more of a luxury pick. You
Mm-hmm.
know, for certain organizations, I don't think you bring him in to be your number one guy. There's a kid. What's the other?
Exactly.
There's one more kid on the board that couldn't go out here and who has a first round grade.
I mean,
I gotta
because the thing
find
I
him.
look at, right? The thing I look at is the fact that Thomas just went
Right.
just now at 23, right?
Right.
So you figure maybe that's where the separation begins, where
Yes.
now we're breaking into that second tier
Hold up. The kid Mitchell. Oh no, not Mitchell. That's Mitchell out of
of wide
Texas.
receiver.
Where's the other? Where's that other wide receiver at? No, it might have been Mitchell out of Texas. I know there's another wide receiver outside of Worthy who had a big first round grade, who had a pretty late round first round grade on him. I just can't find him right now. But I think after that, it might have been Mitchell. I'm pretty sure it might have been Mitchell. But after that, that's
Yeah.
when it kind of really drops off a little bit. So yeah, I mean, yeah. Between Brian Thomas, and Mitchell, that's where that wide receiver drop starts to happen a little bit. But I think Paul mentioned it earlier, man. We've seen a lot of talent at the wide receiver position go in that second round.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So that's
That's
one of
true.
those spots where you don't necessarily have to have a first round pick.
And not
You know
only
what I
that,
mean?
too, we've seen the tide shift where that receiver position used to be one of the more difficult ones for rookies to learn. And it would normally take them about 6, 7, 8 weeks before you really started seeing them get incorporated into the offense. We're not
Right.
seeing that anymore. A lot of these guys are coming out here and hitting the ground running immediately. So it
Right.
makes sense that, if you got a guy or a couple of guys that you like that are still hanging out, then you maintain the assets and you don't have to forfeit the picks to try to trade up.
Right. Let's see who the Lions are picking right now. They are
I would
on
think
the
it's
pick.
Arnold. Like,
I would think so. I would like. Yep, there you go. Terrion Arnold, Alabama,
great,
my man.
great pick.
Um,
Great job.
Fills a need. Definitely fills a
Great
need.
job.
Like you said, you had Cam Sutton on America's Most Wanted. Um, um, you lost C.J. Garner Johnson to the Eagles. You know what I mean? So this is a need that they could. This fills a need. You know what I mean? The Lions were in a position where they needed. They could fill needs in this draft. I mean, they didn't. They didn't necessarily have huge needs, but the way the board shaped up,
Yeah.
the needs that they did have fell to them. You know what I mean?
No, it definitely made sense here in this spot to jump in and grab. Like you said, not many needs, but if there was one that was able to be identified immediately, it was that cornerback position. So to be able to, lock that up with again one of the better ones on the board, great job trading in there. I think I would say that's, especially if he's able to come in and step in and contribute immediately, well worth tossing up that third round pick, in my opinion.
Which he might be because DBs coming out of Alabama tend to be
Alabama,
coached up
yeah.
really well because that
Yep.
if you think about it, the DBs at Alabama, they were Nick Saban's babies. You know what I mean? They were the guys that he probably spent the most time with on those teams. So they tend to come out of college coached up pretty well and ready to make immediate impacts in the NFL. And if you and good for him, because guess what? He ain't got to go far. He ain't got to get on a plane now. He already in his city. You know what I mean? He just got to get in the car and go over to the facility. He ain't got to go far.
And not for nothing, if we know it's one thing DBs at Alabama do, it's practice or play against some damn good receivers.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so
That
if
is
you
most-
making it as a DB in Bama, you're doing something
Right,
right.
you got Nick
If-
Saban
but-
on
but-
you all day, and then you going against top tier talent. That's what I'm saying. They tend to come out of there coached up pretty well. I mean,
Yeah.
this might be. I mean, with Nick Saban gone, you know what I mean, we might start to see the end of that. We might get one more group of, some good
we might get
Alabama
one more class
DBs
out of
next
them.
year. But after that, you know what I mean, it might be an end to that, you know what I mean? I'm interested to see what happens with Alabama now, man. Like, I don't know what the numbers are. Like, what was the numbers of exodus out of Alabama when Saban announced his retirement? You know, how many of them hit that transfer portal? Like, oh, it's time to go. You know what I mean? So I'm interested to see what happens with that team, man. To sit here, to sit here and see, damn, like I was one of the last group of Nick Saban coach Bama players. You know what I mean? That sounds kind of dope to me. I don't know, but that he done grabbed the mic out of the girl's hand on NFL Network, like. He already trying to make his home with Detroit. I see you. I see you. But that's what's up, man. Good pick for Detroit. Like we said, filled the need. They went up and got their guy. They saw he was still available on the board. They went out and got him. I like it.
Yeah, and it made sense. We talked about it right at the top of the draft. Right when we were analyzing Detroit. This is the longer it went with these DBs slipping, it made more and more sense for them.
We got Green Bay on the board. Green Bay's an interesting team because I think it's safe to say that Green Bay is ahead of schedule in terms of what we thought they would be after the exit of Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? To go out here, Jordan Love stepped in and he looked great. He had some moments where it was looking a little shaky, in the season, but I think that was more to due to the health of players around him. You know what I mean? So you make the playoffs, you get a big time win in Dallas. You know what I mean? So where does this Green Bay team go from here? I mean, I think you could help solidify some offensive linemen. Maybe a center to help protect Jordan Love. I think they're pretty good at the wide receiver position. They're one of those teams that have drafted pretty well over the last few years at the wide receiver position.
Yes, they should.
You brought in Josh Jacobs at the running back position. So,
Yeah, upgraded, right? It's hard to have Aaron Jones and say you upgraded at the position.
I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily call. I think it's a change in. It's a change, whether it's an upgrade or not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You don't think it's an upgrade?
Because there are two different type of running backs, in my opinion. I think
Valid.
Aaron
That's valid.
Jones is more of he was a better. They could both run between the tackles, but I think Aaron Jones was a little better at a receiving back than Josh Jacobs was in terms of catching the ball. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was necessarily an upgrade. It's a change. I will give it that. I mean, Josh Jacobs is probably a little more of a bruiser in terms of running back. So I mean, it'll be different whether it's an upgrade or not.
And that's where
I'm ready. I'll wait and see.
And that's where, for me, I would classify it as an upgrade just because I feel like the style of running back that Josh Jacobs fits and works better for what Green Bay is going to be trying to achieve, right? Because I think
I can see that.
Aaron Jones been there for a bit, for a bit, right? But that was with a completely different offensive mindset, right? if it's one thing we've seen already last year is that the the style is shifting a little bit. It does look like they might potentially be letting Jordan Love loose a little bit more loosely than we saw them initially let Aaron Rodgers loose. Right, it took a while before they really let him kind of cook and do his own thing. So I feel like the power run, having a combination and a contrast of the power run is gonna help Jordan Love a lot better
Right.
than kind of having that needing that security blanket of a receiving running back.
Okay, so the pick is in.
You know.
They go Jordan Morgan, tackle out of Arizona.
Okay.
This
And
addresses a
the
need
one
because I
fan there is not happy and getting trolled.
I believe correct me if I'm wrong. They let Brian Bulaga go out of there. Um, so I mean they have some guys that can a few guys that can play that left tackle. I think they found a young guy last year that they like, but this brings a guy that you can possibly put on that right side. Um, you know what I mean? So I think this, this helps make both those things we were talking about stronger: the run game and Jordan Love. You know what I mean? So I like the
Now,
pick. You know what I mean? A pick to help the
one
help.
so one thing I will say, I would have liked to have seen him get somebody on that front seven. But also on the flip side, looking at the prospects and looking what's left, I can see where you can rank the linemen, the offensive linemen, ahead of what's potentially still left there, whether it be an interior defensive lineman or even a linebacker for that matter. So, you know, I I get it, I totally get it. But I would have, me personally, I think they still might have been better off trying to address the front seven. But you know, I'm sure they'll circle back because again, as we've seen, they haven't been coming off the board yet, so the value is going to be there. I think we're going to see situations where a lot of teams that might be looking at defensive players are starting to think, hey, I know I want to get player XYZ, but because everybody has slid down about 5 or 6 picks now, even if I can't get player XYZ, I could probably get ABC right behind him, so let me get this
Right.
tackle that I know for sure ain't going to be here, or this receiver that I know for sure ain't going to be here, and hope that if my defensive lineman or my linebacker isn't there, at least the next best one will be there behind him.
Right. I mean, I like the pick. I think it strengthens something that they want to keep going. Helps us help strengthen that passing game and help strengthen that run game. Like I said, like you said, they put the investment in bringing in Josh Jacobs, so you want to make sure that that run game is strong for him. You know what I mean? And this will also help Jordan Love out. And I see it as a good pick. Tampa Bay says that their pick is in. Tampa Bay, where do they go from? I mean, I guess linebacker. I don't really see the value at the linebacker position in the first round. Um, they could use somebody in
Yeah.
that linebacker group. Maybe another. No, too early for a running back. I really.
I would say this is a situation where exactly what I just laid out could be at play, where it would make sense to go linebacker, but I could potentially see them trying to get the best lineman because I still feel like they've got some work to do on that offensive line. They haven't completely, rebuilt or overhauled it or whatnot. They seem to be content with what they've got as far as weapons go on the offensive side. You're bringing Baker back. Your receivers are locked in for, you've got the running game that's really been developing now. So again, logistically, it would make sense to try to get the best remaining offensive lineman there is. assuming you think, hey, I could still get better value later on at linebacker than I could get later on at offensive line. But I do think the linebacker position should be where they go. But if they think the value isn't there, then
Here's a theory. I think this is. Remember, I discussed Worthy being a luxury pick. I think this is a place where he could go. Mike Williams is. I mean, they re-signed him, but he ain't getting any younger.
yeah,
Chris Godwin is kind of more of a possession guy. So here you bring in Worthy, who can take the top off the defense. You know what I mean, a speed guy to add to that wide receiver group. So I mean, and give Baker Mayfield another weapon.
and
So
and not for nothing, I'd much rather see him go here than go 2 picks later to Buffalo.
see, I don't like Buffalo because and
Yeah,
going
that's
to
true. Yeah, because not as a number one. You don't want him
right,
as a number one.
he's gonna be required to be the guy off the rip.
That makes sense.
You know what I mean? In Tampa, you can kind of slowly bring him along. He can kind of play the slot. You know what I mean? He
Now-
can just be. He can be
now here's
another
another
option.
Here's another thought too. Something that I'm not sure if we've mentioned on the platform, or how much traction it might be gaining out there. Could we see a situation in Buffalo where they apply that the Patriots mindset, the two tight ends, where they focus on Knox and Kincaid as the primary receivers, and then now your wide receivers technically start at borderline 2s and 3 type of guys, where I don't need to go out and get a number one receiver if I'm looking at the combination of Knox and Kincaid as being my number one receiver.
It's definitely possible. I think it would take a huge leap by Kincaid because I think Knox is what he is at this point. You know what I mean? I don't see a huge
Kincaid
a
would
huge
have to
leap.
show up to be the dynamic one.
Right. I don't see a huge leap by him, at this point. So I think Kincaid would have to take a huge leap, which he's capable of. We've seen the talent. I mean, so it's definitely possible that they could kind of run that system. Okay. Tampa Bay,
There you
they
go.
select
Finally got a center off the board.
center. Yeah, there goes the first center off the board. Damn, Dallas probably.
Yeah.
What I mean, hopefully they
Yeah,
get.
that made sense to me. I feel like this is another situation here, very very similar to what we saw before with a defensive lineman or maybe a linebacker here, but the value that is still on the board at offensive line, I cannot pass up.
He's a versatile guy. He's a guy who's played a lot of different positions on
I
that
was gonna say,
offensive line.
he's played every position if I'm not
Right,
mistaken,
and I love that. When it comes to offensive linemen, I love guys who are versatile, guys who I can, in case of injury, I can put him in at different places. Looks like he has a little bit of that lacrosse background, so that means he's good. That means he's a good runner out in space. You know what I mean? Because you got to be able to run out in space in lacrosse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in terms of versatility, I like that with offensive linemen because that's one less spot you gotta have. You can have. You know what I mean? Where say, most teams might, on game day dress 8 offensive linemen. You might be able to dress 7. You know what I mean? Because you got a guy who can play so many different positions.
Exactly.
So I like that versatility right there. I think it fits a need because they've had ever since the Super Bowl run and Tom Brady, they've had a few guys leave that offensive line and retire.
Yeah, they dropping like flies for about a
for
year and a
different
half.
reasons. So I mean, you got your stalwart, your all pro Worth at left tackle. You know what I mean? So you drafted a kid last year. What was the kid with the missing front teeth? I can't remember his name either. With the law, I think he might have been one of the what's the school Carson Wentz and Trey Lance were from? I think he was from that school.
Nevada?
I think.
No, North Dakota.
Dakota. Yeah. One of those. I think it's North Dakota, something like that. Um,
Other edge rusher,
Edge rusher. Okay,
Darius
that
Robinson
fits
out
a
of
need.
Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah, that fits a need for Arizona. They need a little pass rush. You know, some guys that can get after the quarterback. So far I like Arizona's draft. They've addressed some needs. I mean, you got Kyler Murray, a weapon. You know, you got the best wide receiver in the draft. Now you go out here, you get a pass rusher. I like this draft so far for Arizona. I think I think Arizona's one of those teams that we need to kind of look out for. That they may make some huge improvements from you know year one to year two of the Gannon era. You know what I mean? So they might be one of those teams we need to keep an eye on, especially if Kyler Murray gets back to form to what he was.
Yeah, if Kyler's back right, man, that team's gonna be contending for within that division immediately.
Definitely will be. Who we got next? Buffalo. All right now, Buffalo. I
Yeah,
mean,
here we go. Moment of truth. Let's see what they
right.
do
I
with that
mean,
receiver position. So is it a given that they go that way, or you think there's potential? Well, let's put it this way: receiver aside, where would they go if it wasn't
this is the team
receiver?
actually with a lot of holes. If you think about it, they had a lot of guys leave
Sure did.
from
They
that
had a lot of
defense.
turnover.
Guys from being they let go a lot of guys, whether it be from injury or just getting up there in age. So they got some holes to fill on that defense. I could see them going defensive backfield. They could definitely use some help there. Um, they lost a lot of guys to injury last year. Especially at that linebacker position. So I mean, I don't really see the value there at the linebacker to see what you want to do. They could go offensive line. We've already know that they can go wide receiver. Buffalo can go a lot of different places. I mean, they're in a position to
Yeah.
take, I think taking, best player available on their board, and I think that could fill, a lot of whatever hole that player plays for them. I think they're
Yeah, I
only
think
really
I think wide receivers are obvious, but looking at the talent and the way the board is shaping up, knowing the mindset of that team, the type of team that is playing up in that cold weather, playing in a division that continues to get tougher and tougher as the day goes by. Um, I do think they go defense here. I'm not sure exactly which position, but I don't think they grab the receiver that everybody is assuming that they're so anxious to grab. I think this is a team that'll to let Josh Allen do whatever he wants and whatever he can to carry them offensively. And with that mindset, I think they're gonna be of the belief that um they're going to be of the belief that they're not picking because they've traded their pick to the Chiefs, and the Chiefs pick
really
is in.
out of all the teams. You better got a good
Out of
haul
all
for
the
that.
teams,
Out of all the teams, you
out of
better
all
got a
the
good haul.
teams,
Cause let
wow.
this player be somebody that come in there and beat the brakes off you.
Okay, now you talk about luxury picks. Do the Chiefs
Worthy,
end up
it could be
with Worthy
um
as the new cheetah?
right. Um, I mean, we don't know what the situation with
I thought I would
Rice.
I thought I would have hated him in Buffalo. I definitely hate him in Kansas City.
Right, we didn't know we don't know what the situation with Rice is gonna be. Um,
Yeah.
Travis Kelsey is definitely getting up there in age. Um, the Chiefs actually offensively they could use some things. You know what I mean? Like for a team that just won the Super Bowl, they could use a few things offensively. I mean, this could be wide receiver. Or it could be tackle. Actually, they need to address that left tackle position. I think it could be that. I think defensively they're pretty good for right now. They got a lot of young talent. Cornerback that could try and replace Snead, who they traded away. One of the top corners. So the Chiefs could go a lot of different places right now, which is funny because you don't usually say that about teams who are coming off the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? That they could go a lot of different
So now
places.
here's the thing. So here's the thing I look at, right? Trying to apply the same logic that we used earlier, right? The reason you move up is because you feel the people ahead of you may be gunning for the same player or similar players that you are, right? So you trade with Buffalo, who people looked at and said, yeah, you probably need a receiver. Dallas is a wild card. You never know what. The Ravens, still a team that people think want a receiver. The Niners, all of the rumors with their receivers could be
in the market
a potential team that might be shopping for a receiver. So if we apply the same logic, it does kind of look like they're trying to get ahead of team.
I'd agree. I could agree with you on that one. I mean,
That
like you
would be
said,
the pick there, but who knows? Unless, like you mentioned, Dallas for sure was another team who needs to revamp their offensive line. So it could just be get ahead of Dallas and get an offensive lineman. So
it's an interesting pick. Like I wouldn't be surprised if it's a wide receiver. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a. So if I'm gonna put it, I would probably say, in my opinion, tackle. That's the biggest need. Uh, Wide receiver,
now the other
and then
question,
probably cornerback.
the other
Maybe.
question, if it is wide receiver, does this somewhat tip their hand as far as what they expect the situation with Rashid Rice to be?
No, I think it's just being prepared. Because if you think about
Yeah,
it,
okay.
back to a few years ago, when Tyreek Hill had his situation, they drafted what was the kid out of Georgia? Um, the kid that went to the Jets and he came back this year. Who won? Who caught the Super Bowl touchdown?
Hardman?
Yeah.
That's not-
Remember?
Was it Nicole Hardman? Yeah.
Yeah, Nicole Hartman. A few years ago when they were uncertain about what Tyreek Hill's legal situation would be, they drafted Nicole Hardman, you know what I mean, to see if he could be their replacement. So they have a history of doing that. So you could just draft a guy, and it's not like as good as Rice had as a rookie season. It's not like you had a strong wide receiver room to begin with. You know what I mean? So you could
Yeah,
bolster
true,
that
yeah.
room
It
no
needed
matter
to improve
what.
no matter what.
I mean, you brought in Hollywood Brown, but he's only
And if
there
we're-
on
and
a
if we're calling
one-year
it-
deal.
I was about to say, and if we're calling a spade, we don't know what Hollywood Brown is showing up to Kansas City anyway.
Right. So, because even if he has a big year, I don't think they pay him the big money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there's kind of a mutual, like, okay, you need a good year, and we'll benefit from you having a good year, but long term, who knows? You know what I mean? So, I think bolstering that wide receiver room could be a good move for them, no matter what. And the pick is in. I don't know who these two guys are that they got announced in the pick.
Make a wish.
Maybe. But again, Buffalo trading with I mean that's
Gluttons for punishment, man. I tell you.
right. That's just a clear sign that hey, the guys that we wanted aren't here. We don't see the value
Exactly.
at this pick, for the guys that we want. So hey, let's move back a couple spots, hopefully gain, some pick value. And, hopefully our guy will still be there. You know what I mean? So in terms of, I just find it interesting that if this is a player that comes in, and catches a game-winning touchdown against Buffalo, that'd be hilarious. That's the only part that I find like.
And Andy Reid will install the play on purpose.
Right. Day one, day one of Buffalo week. Like, oh, yep, we're going. Yep. Xavier Worthy. There you go. See? Luxury pick. There you go, man.
Bro, we knew it, yo.
Ah,
Yo, we called it.
called it, man.
Oh my gosh. He's gonna cook us.
They called
He's
it,
gonna cook the
man.
entire AFC, yo.
Oh man, give this kid a year or two to really like.
Buffalo, man. What are you doing here?
I
are we
just can't
doing
wait.
here?
He is gonna torture them for the next 4 years. He is gonna torture them, and every time he does, they're gonna go back to this moment. Well, Buffalo traded with Kansas City so they could select them. You know what I mean? But this goes back to what
Bro,
we're talking about. He's more of a luxury
you
pick.
nailed it. Luxury, yes, luxury pick. You nailed it, yo.
I just couldn't see him going into Buffalo to be the number one, but going into Kansas City, love the fit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
sometimes that's what it's
Oh, my
about. It's just
goodness.
about that fit
Wow.
in terms of, whether you're a first round talent or not. We see the talent is there, just having the right fit. And I think Kansas City, that's a great fit for him in terms of being a first round pick. Patrick Mahomes, that arm and that speed. Go ahead, go get it,
Wow.
sir. Go get it.
Wow.
Throw the
Yeah,
ball
it
up.
made sense.
Go get it.
It made sense. Again, like going through the logic as we did previously with some of these picks, like when you see who moves up, when they move up, who they're trying to get ahead of, it definitely made sense here that Kansas City was looking at the board and said, hey, at least three of these four teams ahead of us
Could
could
take him.
likely draft this kid. Now you want to talk about? I mean, imagine if at in Baltimore, based on what they have there, wouldn't call it a luxury pick necessarily, but you could kind of drop him in there because that's not a team that necessarily is looking to even rely on a wide receiver one. So to have somebody of that skill set would work there, and then luxury pick as hell if it end up being San Francisco, especially if it allows for them to be able to move on from either Debo or Brandon Ayuk, So great job by the Chiefs to identify what the board looked like ahead of them and say, hey, look, whatever it costs to get up there and get the Bills pick, they got a guy that, if assuming he can be slotted into that offense from day one, is going to be just a headache. He's gonna be a headache in that
It
offense.
really, and then you know what I love? I love that this is of a situation of a guy improving his draft stock. You know what I mean? In the off season. You know, because going into if we look back at January, Worthy wasn't a first round pick.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think he would
definitely
have been a
not.
first round pick. But it's based off that combine, I mean, his performance there, it makes you go back and look at the tape and be like, oh, okay, whoa. You see that 4.21 speed? You're like,
Did we
okay, hold on.
miss? Yeah, here's
Let's
the
go
things
back
that
and look at
didn't
the film
make
for this
sense
guy.
before.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's go back and look, just to make sure. Because that speed, that's some elite level speed. Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
All right, Dallas, man. Y'all addressed the offensive line, man. Y'all look.
Made
Y'all
sense,
got
and,
Tyler.
picked up some assets by dropping down. So
Right.
it
Tyler
works.
Guyton out of Oklahoma. I like it. Oklahoma has had former tight end. Love that.
Texas boy too. That's what's up.
Yep. I love when, former tight ends get converted to tackles. That means they are athletic.
Agile, super
Exactly. You know what I mean? They have good feet. And he looks like a right tackle. I like that. Put him on that right side. He's a little bit of a road grit. I love that. I love this pick for them. This is a good pick. This is definitely a need pick. Kind of start to rebuild that offensive line. That's kind of been has kind of diminished over the past few years. This is I can't disagree with it because again, like we've mentioned, the Cowboys have drafted well, especially when it comes to offensive linemen. They have drafted well. Even guys where I was like, really, like the guy they drafted a few years ago, Tyler Smith. I was like, really, but he's turned out to be a good player for them. So they have a history of
Turned
drafting
out to
good
be
players.
cool. Yeah.
especially on that offensive line. So I'm gonna
especially on
trust
that
it.
line.
I, I'm
Especially on
I'm
that
I'm
line.
gonna I'm gonna trust the process in this case in terms of the Dallas Cowboys and their scouting department, man. Um, just a quick Paul posted in the chat that Kirk Cousins' camp is frustrated, by the Falcons selection of QB Michael Penix Jr. His agent tells.
Oh, that's a real report. Oh, that's great. That's
Oh
great.
God, cause you
I,
you Kurt, man, come on now, Kirk
I
Cousins at some point he
mean,
gotta realize who he is, man. I keep trying to tell y'all, but y'all don't be wanting to
that's
listen to me.
crazy.
I keep trying to tell y'all, man. Kurt is Kirk Cousins, man. He gonna give it up at the highest moment, man. Um, the Ravens. Ravens can go a few places here. Let's see, where
Hmm.
could the Ravens go? Ravens, in terms of their needs, I mean, you could go corner. You could go corner. The kid out of Iowa. No, I don't know about that Great White Hope out of Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
Um, the kid,
The
the wide
Gene
receiver out of Texas, Mitchell. I kind of like him.
Mitchell,
He's
yeah,
he's
still
somebody
up
I
there.
thought. That if he gets past Baltimore, that'll be an interesting battle between San Francisco and Buffalo. Buffalo might really regret that. They might really regret that trade because I think Mitchell's kind of the
They
last
get
guy with a
yeah
first
two
round
if
grade.
yeah, because imagine dropping back and then maybe thinking, oh yeah, if one of them's gone, we get the other, and
Yeah, we'll
nah,
get the other
you
one.
miss out on both of them.
Nah, both of them might be gone. Um, so I mean, I
It'd be
think
even
Mitchell.
funnier if he went to both. If it'd be Baltimore, and then now it's
Right, both them wide receivers, you know, not they taking you out. Um, so back to Baltimore. They could replenish that offensive line. They have, I think they lost their right tackle, and their right either. I think Simpson was their left guard. I can't remember if he was their right or left guard. I think they lost both of them this off season. Um, the kid that they have at left tackle, he's been very injury prone. I mean, Ronnie Stanley, when he's playing, he's one of the good ones, but he's been very injury prone the last few years.
yeah.
He hasn't really gotten back to form from, I believe, tearing his ACL, tearing his knee up, I think a couple years ago. He hasn't really gotten back to form yet. So, I mean, addressing that offensive line, you want to protect the franchise, protect your MVP, Lamar Jackson. Um, so I think that's somewhere they could go, and we'll see what happens. Let's see. The pick is in. All right, Roger, come on now. We got like two more picks left. Let's expedite this a little bit, buddy.
No.
Nate, ooh, okay. Nate Wiggins, um, DB out of Clemson. Uh fits a need. Fits a need. Like we said, it cornerback is somewhere they could go. They
Hmm.
could have went offensive line. They could have went wide receiver. I think cornerback is a position that that fits a need for them. So I like it. It's a Ravens style pick. You know what I mean? It's a Baltimore Ravens pick. It's defensive player come in, hopefully be an immediate impact player. Get inducted into that Ravens culture. I'm here for it. Who was that next? Because that was this. Because whenever I see, I'm not gonna lie. Now every time I see a girl next to a player at they watch party, I just start seeing. I get flashback to C.D. Lamb,
Oh,
and then I
snatching
get
up that
flashbacks
phone.
to Russell Wilson. I'll be
Oh,
like, Yo,
Russ,
who's that? Will- right? Will they be here again in 10 years, in 5 years?
just waiting for the next meme.
Right, thinking their life's about to change. Oh man. But here we go. 49ers. 49ers. All right now. I don't need this whole 4 minutes. Get this pick in. They might really listen if if the here's a wild thought. If the 49ers take Mitchell, do I get on the phone with Buffalo like, here, take my
Try
first
to
round
and
pick
try to
and
take.
send me Ayuk?
Yeah, yeah. That
I mean, hey,
listen,
like
that
here,
would
just
probably
take just
that could potentially be, what you got for one of these guys, like,
right, yeah, just take the first. I mean, if I'm Buffalo, I want Ayuk over Debo. Ayuk's younger and not as
hmm
much wear and tear. But that would be an interesting. It's like, hey, you get it's a win-win for everybody if you think about it. I mean, San
Yeah,
Fran
pretty
already
much.
drafted their wide receiver in, maybe Mitchell, maybe. And then Buffalo, you get your guy, first round pick. Boom, is what it is.
And it still technically costs you the first round pick.
I mean, you have to pay IU. You got to pay IU big money, but
Well, yeah, true, true. But
it is what it is.
so while we're at this spot here, we're waiting for our last two picks. It's the Niners and it's the Bills. Unless there's a trade, these are teams that didn't pick yet, so aren't gonna factor into any grading. So, who won the night so far, in your opinion? Is it obvious of just going straight to the Bears?
Um, let's see. Let's just do a quick review. Uh, I mean, we have a couple teams that got some two first round picks. I mean,
We have a few with two firsts. We have a few with great
I think
value late.
I like the Cardinals a slightly ahead of the Bears because I like
Okay.
Odunze, but I don't necessarily think he was a need right now. You know what I mean? I think that's a pick that comes along later down the road. You know what I mean? In a year or two. You know what I mean? Because I don't think you'll get much out of him this year. You know what I mean? Given that you have Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. I think what the Cardinals
Yeah.
did in terms of Marvin Harrison Jr. and the pass rusher Darius Robinson, I think those are guys that are expected to come in and be immediate impact players.
Yeah, so I mean, the Bears are easy, obviously. I mean, they killed it tonight. I agree with you that Arizona also killed it tonight too. Again, assuming what we saw from Kyler Murray down the stretch of this last season is going to be at bare minimum what we get going into next season or better. That's going to look great too. But I'm going to the two teams that were able to make slight moves and get those luxury picks that we were talking about, man. Like for me, the Lions getting in there and getting, either the best or the second best DB in the draft, which is
Mm-hmm.
truly the only glaring need that you could immediately on a team have identified exactly almost exactly they were last season when they had a historically great season. To be able to add that level of a talent, jumping up in that first round, to me I think was absolutely amazing. And then however the hell Kansas City was able to get get Buffalo to agree to trade him that pick to get Xavier Worthy, who I am already having nightmares about in that offense. So
Do we know what the compensation was for that trade?
for no, I was looking for it. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I think the Bears and the Cardinals, by virtue of having the multiple picks and hitting on both of them pretty damn well, so far on paper, I think that gives them the edge. But the two teams that only had one pick and managed to come up and make that one and Kansas City.
I mean, I like what Atlanta did. I mean,
Yeah. Even
cause again, we
even
all
though
know
it
how I
clearly
feel.
pissed some people off.
And we all know how I feel about Kirk. So I like what Atlanta did. They went out here and
Yeah.
secured a guy for the future. It allows them to have, a little bit of a red shirt year, maybe 2 years. You know what I mean? And, let him learn and truly develop. So I like what they did. I like they went out here. They were the first, I guess, bombshell, or grenade of the draft. You know what I mean? That kind of sent it into shambles. You know what I mean? That kind of got it started. So San Francisco, the pick is in. Let's see what we have here. Oh, I love seeing that my Panthers are finally on the clock. Well, not on the clock, but
Season workouts, yeah.
for tomorrow. Oh, not and I wanted this kid. Damn. This is the kid I wanted, Ricky Pearsall. I wanted him.
Yeah.
Damn. It sounds like he's a smooth route runner. He put up a good 40 time, good hands. Damn, San Fran. Man, this is the kid I wanted. Damn. Beat us by a couple picks. Interesting.
Now again,
You know what?
we have to wonder, could this potentially have been somebody who was on Buffalo's board as well?
Right, definitely. Listen, man. Carolina, get on the phone, man. Send that second pick for Ayuk, man. Just send it. Go ahead, man. Just go ahead. I don't care.
Make it work.
I mean, I like it. Like I said, I had an eye on him since the combine. I even mentioned it. I even did some scouting. I was like, "Hey, yo, Greg, man, what's your report on this kid?" 'Cause,
Oh, that's right.
Greg,
I remember.
Greg is he's the Florida fan,
That's
so
the
this
Florida
kid caught my
go-to. That's
attention.
right. I
He caught
remember
my
you
attention
did.
wait, now y'all come on now y'all trade, man, get out of here, y'all pick too late, get out of here. What y'all doing, man? Y'all pick too damn late, man. What y'all? Oh, maybe it's Mitchell from Texas.
No, true.
Again,
If
and
they
this
had
is
a
one of
better
those
grade.
one pick swap. So, like we mentioned before,
Yep.
you do it because you're afraid of who might jump in there and get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we only gave up a 5th round pick. I'm okay with that. So you're afraid of who might get it. Look at us getting a 1st round pick this year
That's
still.
not bad.
All
Like
right,
you said,
guys,
that
I
could be-
like it.
That could be them having a better grade on Mitchell, and you're like, oh, they went with somebody we had under him. We don't want to take the chance of letting Buffalo go ahead of us. So
Or hey, we could get one of those centers and address the offensive line. We kind of addressed our guard position. Thanks for your dude out of Miami. We appreciate him.
Robert Hunt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. We need that.
Rock solid. Rock solid. Little injury, little injury issues here and there, but when he out there, he was pretty damn consistent, man. We gonna miss him for sure.
I'll take him. So we invested some money in that guard position. Maybe this is Mitchell. What else is out there in terms of best available?
So now here's the other question, right? We talked about it a little bit. You mentioned it, right, with San Francisco and Buffalo. Could this be a situation where Buffalo's just trying to rack up some assets here to throw whatever they can at a potential Debo or Ayuk deal? Higgins, maybe. I know the Higgins thing has kind of cooled down a little bit, but
I don't think Higgins would be a good one because then you still got to pay him, so you're still in the same situation. You probably have to pay him more because Higgins didn't get a 1st round
yeah, this
pick
is
contract.
his first re-up. Yeah, that's
You know what I mean? So he ain't settling
the
for
bag.
it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, all right, Panthers, come on now, y'all traded up for somebody.
Yeah, right.
This is what I hate.
Think
When
they'd be ready.
right, like you should. It's not like you wait for somebody to call you now to try and trade the pick. Like, come on now, put the pick in. Roger, get up there. Oh man, I thought we wasn't gonna have a 1st round pick this year.
I was just about to say, look at that. You thought you had the night off.
Right, I thought we had the night off. I didn't even have.
Now I moved back and
I didn't even have
turn it
nothing.
over to you.
I didn't even have nothing prepared for us to.
This is perfect. You get to close
Right.
this out, bro.
Listen. I wish I was starting us off with our number one pick. But listen, my Panthers. We have we upgraded our interior offensive line this offseason, which is something we definitely needed. You know, we got little Mighty Mouse Bryce Young back there. So the key is to keep him upright. And so what do? You put some big walls in front of him. You know what I mean? In terms of we brought in Deontay Johnson from the Steelers, which I love that. You know, we severely needed an upgrade at that wide receiver position. But hey, we could still use some more. This is a deep wide receiver class. Let's go out here and get another guy. I mean, damn, wish Worthy was still on the board, but hey, he not on the board no more. Not really sure about. I don't know if the value is necessarily here from a pass rush situation. We traded away Brian Burns. We still have a second round pick too from the Giants. So this is okay. We still have a pick in that top 10 tomorrow night because of the pick that we traded away to the Giants. So we still up there. Okay. All right, Panthers. I like it. All right, y'all making me happy again. Cause I was on the fence, man. I was a free agent too. I was about to flip, man, cause I couldn't do it no more. It was getting crazy out here.
You ready?
Here we go. Carolina Panthers on the pick with pick number 32. I mean, come on now. Okay. Okay. Okay, wide receiver out of South Carolina, Xavier Leggett. Who is this kid? Okay, 4.39. Okay. Oh, at 221. Oh, that's an impressive 40 time at that size. At 6'1", 221 to put up a 4.39. That's an impressive. That's an impressive 40 time at that size.
Oh yeah, I mean anything under a 4.4 is impressive in general, but
Right.
at that size, that's rock solid.